I would like to open the June 2nd, 2022 Board of Education for Pacific Grove Unified School District. First thing, we have the call to order, and now we'll do roll call, please. Present.
Present.
Here.
Yes.
Here. I would like to move now into adoption of agenda. Are there any board questions or comments on this?
We had a couple of adjustments, Madam President. When you're ready, I can share those with you.
I'd love you to do that now, Dr. Forrest.
We have two revised consent items. And the reason that we can revise, well, one of them we're going to have to pull to action. That's the certificated assignment order, which is currently consent B. And we'll need to pull that because there's a substantive change. On revised consent J, which is the contract for positive behavior supports. We're not changing the contract substantively. We're asking one other technician be hired. So moving from 3 to 4. And as is noted in there, with the extended year starting, we had employee shifts and employee not show up. And it was a little bit of a unexpected result. And Trustee Davies asked that we bring in 4 behavior technicians versus 3 to help make sure all of the needs are adjusted for in the extended school year program. So the contract, we've already contracted with them, we're just paying them more. But it's not a substantive change. You don't need to pull it from consent, but you can if you need to. The change is from 3 to 4. And those are the 2 items that are available for you that we have. And I also, we have a slideshow for you for the UPK program. And I believe that they're available for you in the packet, and I will present it and then put it onto the web as well. I just thought you already had a ton of stuff with you. So it's not a complicated slide deck at all. So we'll make it available after the presentation as well.
Okay, thank you. Board, your thoughts about polling?
Well, we're going to get to that when we get up to consent anyway. But yeah, we need to pull consent B because it's substantially changed. And I would pull consent J because you said we're going from 3 to 4.
Yep.
Which seems fairly substantial to me.
Okay. To you.
Okay. Okay. I think that sounds fine. Okay. Any public comment at this time? Seeing none. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda with pulling B and J?
Motion to approve.
I just want to clarify that later in the meeting, when we go through consent, that's when we're going to be pulling items. Right now, we're just approving the agenda, correct? Okay. And
Uh-oh.
I'll second approving the agenda.
Okay. Was a motion by Dr. Frank Rivera and a second by Carolyn Swanson. Roll call vote, please. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll now be moving into closed session. Tonight, the Board of Education will meet in closed session to consider matters appropriate for closed session in accordance with Education Government Code. There'll be public employee discipline, student discipline, or other confidential student matters, superintendent goals and evaluation, conference with labor negotiations. Is there any public comment on the closed session topics? Any board comments on that? No, of course not. Okay, let's adjourn to closed session. It is now 5:16. Okay. I got excited. So we don't.
Well, consent.
partners and you in the board, in Dr. Porras, Barbara Martinez, the principals, and all of the school staff. We have a wonderful working relationship here in PG. And before I turn it over to Officer Hanks, I just want to congratulate all the students and the teachers for a successful year and wish everybody a happy summer. So, Officer Hanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. To the floor.
So first off, thank you to the board, Dr. Porras, Song, all my partners, my administrators, my teachers, the students, the stakeholders in the community, not only in this audience, but at home, Zooming in, for the opportunity to work in such a rewarding and dynamic position as being a police officer. This is truly one of my passions. School resource officer. I think that if you take this and you ask somebody, what's a school resource officer? There's 1,000 different opinions or views or, hey, I think this is this. I think this is this. I've had the wonderful opportunity to be part of this family going on 5 years now. And it's been a complete blessing. And I thank you all for that. So what does a average day look like? Some of the annual events that we do every year. So there's obviously safety planning. We go over all of the safety packets. We make sure that there's not a direct threat to the school. We go and do comprehensive walkthroughs every single day to make sure that a fence isn't ajar. There isn't somebody in the neighborhood that shouldn't be there. We do proactive patrols for the campus sites. But the interesting thing about our schools is they're in neighborhoods, right? So that expands out. So we are always collaboratively working together with our partners, my brothers and sisters at the police department, to ensure that portal to portal, the kids are safe. One example of that is just simple traffic enforcement. And one thing that we do every single year is the planning and implementation of Operation Safe Start. And that is a, like I said, collaborative effort. Every police officer, from detectives to parking control, takes a spot in our neighborhoods and looks out for traffic safety. And traffic enforcement sometimes has it gets a bad rap, right? Nobody wants a ticket. I wouldn't want a ticket. I don't particularly like giving out tickets, but we really use the 3 E's of traffic enforcement, which is engineering, education, and enforcement, because we really want to change behavior. So we want to completely understand that maybe now summer's over. We have a ton of parents going to all of our school sites. We know that Congress is hard to get down. Forest, Sunset, Pine Avenue, right? Even Lighthouse or David. So all of our school sites, those are hard intersections. It's a lot of people moving in and out. So how do we protect the students and also educate the stakeholders? We do things like that. And it's not just for the first 2 weeks of school. It's a cultural thing that's in our police department that goes on throughout the year. I guarantee my partners will tell you that they can look out front of their school and they'll see a police officer driving by or sitting out there. I offer patrol assistance when needed, but not just to go take calls throughout the city, but to be a resource for parents, for staff members, and for the students. And even if there's an issue sometimes at St. Angela's or the charter school, because of my experience, I can say, hey, I've met these before, I've met these kids, here's some resources. Maybe it's not a criminal issue. Maybe it's a way that I can help best assist a child in our community, which is an amazing blessing. DARE. So right now we do a 10-week course that it's not the DARE that it used to be. It's not a DARE where it's just, hey, drugs are bad, which they are. But we've worked collectively as a district to do amazing things that have had an impact not only on our kids, but globally. There's a lot of things that come up with DARE, like decision-making, anti-bullying, I statements, dealing with your feelings, mental health help. And the real impact is that a lot of the factors that come into these young developing minds aren't necessarily illegal. Mental health, not necessarily illegal. Some things I wish, like vaping, not necessarily legal in the state of California anymore. Social media, threats on social media, things like that. And I mean, like, not like necessarily like committing a threat, but like the threat of social media. How do we teach our young children this now and prepare them going into middle school and high school? We were able to develop and implement the Pacific Grove Police Department first ever youth academy. We partnered with the high school, and thank you, Shane, Lito, Joanna, Jill. We were able to get kids together, and we had a 6 weeks course where they came in and they learned everything about the police department. Not only me, but they got to learn about all the different officers, our partners in first responding. They got to take tours of the fire department. They got to do everything from building searches to interview and interrogation to car stops to you name it. It was such an impactful and brilliant program that everybody that graduated wants to come back and help the next generation of kids go through. And it was just, the best part of it was seeing their interpretation of it, and their mindset had shifted so much. I had no idea that's what you guys did. I thought that you guys just answered calls. So it was a great program. Coffee with the principal is something that we do every year. And this, I would say, is one of the, it may not seem like it, but it's one of the most impactful things, because we get parents, staff members, administrators, and students together, and we could talk about the things like that may be site specific. It may be that in that demographic or area of the city, there's a homeless population, or there's a vaping issue, or mental health, or anything that were to come up that we can help with, we assist. And it opens up an avenue of communication that wouldn't be there otherwise. Special Olympics is a passion. We're able to do various special events that raise money, not only for our local athletes, but it sends them to the summer games cost-free. Some of the district special events that we cover, we did various internet safety presentations, because that is a huge, huge problem. The DARE graduations, I touched on DARE a little bit before, but DARE truly is about the kids sharing at the very end, sharing what they've learned throughout the process. And I have to say, DARE would not be the same without the help of all of the collaborations with the teachers in our district. So thank you very much. We were able to also have a retirement ceremony for Ranger for Wonderwolves. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with Ranger. Thank you all for your participation in that. I have to say that Mr. Haggett, Sean Haggett, is extremely passionate about what he does. Is extremely passionate about what he does, and it meant the world to him that we can come together and honor him for that. And I do have a feeling that Ranger for Wonderwolves will be back, but more of like a therapy support dog. The Bicycle Rodeo. I look forward to this every year. It's a partnership with the California Highway Patrol. They love to come out and do it, but the brilliant thing about it, not only does it bring our community together, it also shows that we have other law enforcement partners that are invested in our community as well. If you ever want to feel like a superhero, visit a preschool. It's a highlight in my day. I like to go by there. It's not just about handing out stickers. They look at you and they make you feel so wonderful. St. Angela's, we go by there every once in a while and visit them as well. We do wonderful events. I give COVID 0 stars. And one thing I look forward to is Halloween, to go see all the kids in our community. And there was talk about that not being able to happen. So collectively throughout the city, all of us got together and each took a beachfront turnout, and the police department did Jaws, and ours was the best. But by far, it was a lot of fun. Also, we always do the parades, whether it's at Forest Grove or it's for the good old days or anything like that. Like, you can really gauge the dynamic of the relationship by not being in a school setting and walking through the good old days parade. I'd almost do it for free. I wouldn't charge the city, because I get to wave at everybody and I get to see all the kids in there and all their families and their parents and everything. Yeah. I have to say, I never was invested in Officer Buckle and the story of Officer Buckle and Gloria until I went and read with the kindergarten students at Forest Grove. That I will have that book until the end of time. It's a great book. But of course, we always do daily patrols of campus sites to ensure safety and foster relationships with students and all the community stakeholders. Future goals, I want to do the second youth academy, obviously, and bring the students that helped out before to come back and kind of mentor the next group. I want to do rotating school campus movie nights, like with the big screen, like we can have different groups of kids, and it's district wide, so they can come. So also for our higher academic achievers, I think it would be fun to rent out the Lighthouse Cinemas for them and their parents to really show them that we appreciate it. I know that a highlight is when the middle schoolers come for their lunch at the youth center. I get to go over there and hang out with them. We could do a community night together or at either and play games, board games. I know that the youth center said that we could use their facility or we could do it at a campus site. I met with Mr. Roach several times and his staff, and I would really like to implement the DARE program into the middle schools again, as well as the elementary schools. I think with everything that's gone on in the last couple of years, it would be great to provide them a deeper set of tools. I love our district-wide tool belt, but if we could just maybe get them before they go into high school, it'd be awesome. And as hard as it is, I would like to partner with the school district and complete an active shooter training and all the associated drills. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Board, any questions? Trustee Carolyn?
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
How much can we discuss this since is this considered something on the agenda that we can chat about?
You can't take action, but you can.
But we can
discuss.
chat.
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much. So I do really appreciate your presentation. As far as the active shooter drills, I would be in support of that. I would love to see, and I think I requested it and it was right before COVID happened. So I probably got stuck in that wherever things like that go. But I would love to see a survey from the students, from at least the high school students, just kind of gauging their view of the relationship with the SRO program. I guess, Officer Hanks, since you're the face of it, with you, and just kind of getting that student feedback. We don't have our student board member here tonight, but I would love to hear more from the kids on campus about the program. And I did notice in the packet that we list that you're welcome to come to the district professional development trainings. I just wanted to highlight that our board and our district, you probably know, is going down this really robust equity and inclusion program and plan. And so I would just like to say out loud that I would love for Officer Hanks to be included in some of those professional developments so that he can kind of know the direction we're going. And they've sounded so valuable. So I would like to make sure that that happens, that you're part of those if you're willing.
Absolutely.
And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Dr. Rivera?
Thanks for the presentation.
Yes, sir.
I'm totally for bringing the DARE programs to the lower schools as well. I think this is an excellent program. I see you around my child's school quite frequently, actually, and that just makes me feel good. A group of whales is a school, a pod, or a gam. We were talking about this. Yeah.
Let's take a moment.
My son learned that in second grade at Robert Down. I hope, I'm not quite sure if this is true, but I hope like all the students in the district know who you are and know your name, because I think it's very important that every student knows just that you're there for their protection and education with respect to the DARE program, and just to build that confidence and that relationship between the police force and our beautiful community and the school district. So again, I don't know if that is the case, but I would just love somehow just all the children from K through 12 just know, oh yeah, it's Officer Hanks. So thanks again for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Trustee Paff?
Well, I've said this before, but I'll ask you now. You know, in a course of a year, how many calls do you get personally, do you think, off hours? I mean, 0, a dozen, 2 dozen from students not off hours, but somewhere in there.
So calls regarding students or calls like
Just somebody who says, hey, I ran into this. How often does somebody come in your office to the high school?
Quite often. It's California's a different, it's a difficult place. There's a lot of policies and procedures that go into things, but we deal with quite a lot of issues. The more impactful ones are the ones that aren't necessarily law enforcement, and you can help a kid that's in crisis, or
Yeah.
it could be like my mentors, Sergeant Razul and Corporal Lonsinger, have lasting relationships from when they did the DARE program and they did the SRO stuff, and they've been invited to weddings 20 years later. It's the kid that waits for you after school when you're walking out to your car and he tells you something that may not be illegal, but you've helped them through a very hard time. Like, hey, Officer Hanks, can I talk to you? Absolutely. Hey, my parents are splitting up.
And that's daily, weekly, monthly?
Every couple weeks.
I guess what I'm driving at is, to me, I think the relationship the district has had with the SRO has not been one of policing. It has been one of an attempt to do exactly what Chief Matalone said, which is provide that partnership and present people so that when they have a crisis, when they have a question. And my experience, and frankly, my knowledge is that has been very effective. And I'm thankful that you were there. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Trustee Brian.
Yeah, I'm grateful that you're there. I am curious, and you don't have to answer this question. But I am, and I'll follow it up with something else too. But I'm imagining that a lot of folks that get into law enforcement don't get into it and say, I'm going to be an SRO when I grow up. But I'm glad that you did. And again, if you can touch on that if you want or not, but you remind me, like we had a police officers that visited our elementary school when I was a kid, Officer Bielenberg, and you remind me so much of him because he, like you, are this ambassador of goodwill, and you demonstrate every day that you're out there what law enforcement can be, what police officers can be, peace officers, right? And connecting with the students, and you're such a tremendous role model. And in addition to making people feel a little bit safer and being there confident. So you're all these really wonderful things. And it's been 5 years, and I hope we get another 5 years out of you. So thank you for being there. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, sir.
Okay, I wanted to thank Chief Matalone as well and you for speaking tonight. I've been in other districts where there's an SRO and I don't even know who they are because they just didn't show up. They weren't around. So it's so nice here. Your presence is so heavily felt. And I just want to echo what's been said, that building that community is paramount. And you start young and hopefully it does go up. I mean, obviously older kids may not get as excited when they see the uniform as little dinkers do, but you start them and follow through with them. That trust is there, and it speaks volumes that the colleagues sitting out here are the stakeholders, that you make their jobs better, and they help you make sure you're as effective as possible. So thank you so much for your service, and thank you for this wonderful presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, public comment now.
Madam President, while they're coming to the podium, if I
Yes.
may, I wanted to add two things
Of
from my
course.
vantage point. Again, I think we've had the SRO program in the district, I think for as long as I've been here. And my first year of things when we brought it in place, but it has been exceptional I think in its success and the productivity for the district. And certainly Chief Matalone's leadership has been remarkable in helping make sure that students are the very first focus of their officers, and it's felt and noticed. I think one of the pieces that come into play as well, and it speaks highly of Officer Hanks as well, that we have students and graduates who come back and remember him and recognize him and share stories about him and his presence at the school, not only as an officer, but as a kind, compassionate adult. And we know that the more kind, compassionate adults that our students know and can relate to, the safer our community is. And I think that speaks volumes for him and his presence. And last but not least, something that I don't know was mentioned, but I think is important. I've been at the high school campus a lot this year, and in particular, we've had a few cases where we've had shelter in place over at Robert Down, and those events were not surprises to me, specifically because Officer Hanks comes and checks with me directly. He gives me a call on the cell phone, he gives me a text, calls again the radio, comes to my office and say, hey, something's going to be happening in your neighborhood. We're going to need to do this at the site to make the kids safer. I want to give you the heads up. So I'm able to get on the radio and then contact the sites and let people know, and have Director Martinez craft a note to the community to say, don't be alarmed. We're doing this for your safety. As a chain of communication that I don't think would happen absent the SRO on campus. I know the police department do a wonderful job, but I think the linkage of the SRO really helps. So I wanted to share a few of those words.
Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Porras.
Good evening, everyone. Sean Roach, proud principal of Pacific Grove Middle School. And I've been doing this for 12 years. And I have to tell you that Officer Hanks is definitely the best one that I've ever worked with. He is so in tune with kids at the middle school age, not just for a law enforcement officer, but for an adult in general. He really kind of gets the way they work and the way he interacts with them. So when he comes on campus, the kids aren't asking what's wrong. They ask him to play volleyball. They ask him if he has stickers, that kind of thing. And it's that humanization of law enforcement and that trust that's being built between the community and the schools is absolutely vital. Let me not forget that DARE is more important now than ever. And we happen to have an SRO that co-wrote the curriculum for this. And so this is absolutely something that I want next year. I enjoy working with you. I think you're an amazing human being. I think you have what's best for kids, number one, first and foremost in your heart. I love how we negotiate things because I've worked with several SROs in the past. And just the way you interact with kids, your true north is always the kids. And for that, I'm eternally grateful. And the work you do is amazing. And I really want to keep this going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roach.
Good evening, board. Sean Keller, principal at Robert Down. I'm here to support our continued use of the Pacific Grove Police Department Student Resource Officer, Justin Hanks. Officer Hanks has been an integral part of our school district for many years, not just as a member of law enforcement, but also as an educator, providing DARE lessons to our fifth graders and many more things that I was not aware of. With the tragedies continuing around our nation and closer to home at Aptos High School this past year, it is apparent that continuing our close relationship with law enforcement is needed. Having our SRO on our radio channel to help in emergency is just smart practice. And I would like to know all of our campuses have that ability if something horrible were to occur. This past year, being able to communicate quickly with Officer Hanks provided our staff to react in a timely manner twice when a secure campus was initiated by our local police department. Without that connection and built relationship, the communication would have had to travel through several channels in order to reach me. As an administrator, I prefer the direct method and look forward to continuing our positive relationship with our local law enforcement. And thank you, Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Keller.
Good evening, Lito Garcia, proud principal of Pacific Grove High School and Community High School. So I've had the privilege of working with 12 school resource officers over my 23 years as an administrator. And I can honestly say that Officer Justin Hanks is by far one of the best I have had the privilege of working alongside with. The words that come to mind when thinking about our work with Officer Hanks are community, collaboration, and consultation. Officer Hanks is a member of the PGHS and PGCHS community. All members of our community, staff and students, know that they can approach Officer Hanks and discuss any concerns or have questions answered. Or they can just go up to him and say, hey, how's your weekend? When issues do arise regarding an incident on campus, that may require police involvement, Officer Hanks collaborates and consults with school administration. He is a valued resource for myself and Assistant Principal, Mr. Steinbeck. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Good evening, members of the board. Buck Rogaman, Principal of Forest Grove. I also wanted to give my support to Officer Hanks for the incredible work that he's been doing with our school. One of the reasons why when he goes to the middle school, students come up and are asking him for stickers and are kind of flocking to him is because he establishes that relationship with our students when they're in the elementary schools. It is absolutely imperative for our students to maintain having this positive contact with law enforcement at a young age so that the trust can be built between the students that attend our schools and the officers that are sworn to protect them. Officer Hanks does an incredible job of that with the DARE program. It's a highlight for us every year to go to that graduation ceremony from the DARE class and see a student from each one of the 3 fifth grade classes read an essay about the impact that the DARE class had on them and their lives. When we're looking at trying to prevent tragedies that have been in the news lately, one of the best things that we can do is address the needs on the front end. And Officer Hanks really is a critical part of the social emotional learning that goes on in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogaman. We also have public comment. Barbara Martinez.
Hi, everybody. Really good to see you. I've worked with law enforcement and SROs for over 26 years. And I'm not going to reiterate everything that everybody said already because I agree with everything. I just want to leave you a vignette story that I have and I've held with me for a very long time. When I was a middle school assistant principal, I worked with the local sheriff's department and we had many SROs. And we had many incidents on campus. And I said, why do you do this? Why did you pick to be an SRO? And he told me his story. And I just want to share it very short. He said there was a domestic call during the school day at one of our students' homes. And he responded to the call because he knew the home, he knew the family. And there was an argument between, the parents going on, and he went to mediate. And the child was upstairs, a middle school student was upstairs, and one of the adults got a little heated with an officer. And from upstairs, the child came down the stairs and said to his father, "You can't talk to him like that. He's my deputy." And he was our school resource officer. And so I just want to reiterate to you, it is about the relationship, right? It's all about the relationship. And SROs know things that go on in homes that we don't know. They know things that go on in the community that we don't know. And they are informal counselors. They're part of our school family. They're who our students can look up to lean on, to ask for advice. They're dependable, they're appreciated, they're team members of our students and our families, and they look to them for advice, support, and safety. So along with all of the other comments tonight, I agree with, but it is about community policing. It's about the relationship that our SROs build with families, the intelligence that they get from students to solve crimes and to keep us safe. So with everybody else, I say I fully support the program. I will always support school resource officers on campus. Thank you, Justin, for everything you've done, for everything you're doing, and everything that you'll continue to do in the future for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Martinez. Any other comments? It sounds like a retirement celebration being lauded at this level. I mean, my gosh, the love is overflowing. So thank you for coming. We're glad we could fit you in early and you could share and hear so many good things. I hope your head is not too big to get out the door at this point. There we go. Help him. That was incredible, incredible
both very
from
much.
everyone. Thank you so much. All right, we'll move ahead now to written communication. it was towards the end of the year and everybody's getting all tuckered out. We had some comments, of course, about masks that continued for, and also correspondence regarding the protest out at RHD and blockage. And recently, of course, about school safety with recent events within our country. Any others?
No others?
Okay, it must be the end of the year. Anything else? Okay, thank you so much. Now we'll go on to board member comments. Can we start with you, trustee Brian?
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. I mean, we were all at the recent graduation events, which was lovely and a nice, I mean, it was such a horrific week and a half. So to be at those events and seeing all the kids graduate and at all the different sites, and it's like when I go from one to the next, it's like I feel like, well, this is my favorite. No, this is my favorite. And then it's like, oh, maybe they're all my favorites. But it was really just lovely to see everybody hitting their mark, and sad to see them moving on, but also happy. So it's one of my favorite times of the year to be at all those different events. And I don't often get to put on a suit either. So it's a nice excuse for that. I would be wearing a suit tonight, by the way, if I had realized that the meeting was at 5 instead of 5:30. So
I wasn't
sorry
going to
about
bring it up publicly.
that. My Google Calendar still said 5:30 though.
Okay,
so.
we'll just make sure communication is better. We're always working on that. Thank you. Trustee Path,
I have no comments.
no comments? Okay, trustee Frank.
Just echoing what trustee Brian said, this was so wonderful to see the celebrations. And this morning, the adult school ESL graduation, 17 different countries represented, 13 different languages in one room. So that I just wanted to highlight that, since it was just impressive. They were all impressive. I just wanted to speak to that. And that's all. Congratulations to all the graduates.
Trustee Carolyn.
Thank you, Christy. My comments tonight are more about gun violence and reducing gun violence, and what we can do as policymakers at the school board level to try to mitigate, reduce, hopefully not have that happen here ever. So I printed out and I'll distribute. The California School Board Association does have a sample resolution for school safety, and it was actually drawn up in 2018, and it's sadly still relevant. So I'm going to pass that out to the fellow trustees and ask later on in the meeting for it to be a future agenda item. Also, as part of it, and when it's brought up, but I will also be asking for some sort of letter to go out to families, reminding them how to safely store their guns. It's not a letter that's against guns, it's a letter that's against gun violence. And I'm hoping that that will be going out to the families as well. So I'm going to look for some draft letter for that and send it over to Ralph. And those are my comments.
Okay, thank you so much. I was lucky this year and got to hit every graduation, which is a record. It's there's a lot of them, and we were able to go because of our schedules to the ESL today, and the stories just are heartwarming. I want to thank all admin here, all the work that's done, the pride that's exhibited, and you all just were stellar over the last week with the kids and the families and the celebratory attitude and environment that you created for our community and our schools. So I just want to thank all of you. Also today, Director Martinez talked to us, which is, I think, kind of pretty great to fit along with concerns we have about safety, all the work that's being done in the district with the Big Five and Think on Your Feet. Pete is some work that's being done with the elementary kids. So I'm going to give this to the board this evening, and it gives us a chance to sort of see what you guys are engaged in during the day. And I'm finishing up with a story just to lighten the mood just a little bit after According to the Conrad Public School District in Conrad, Montana, there's an old law in the books that stipulates that a school principal is responsible for feeding and tending a horse if a student rides it into school. So on May 23rd, WTHR-TV reported 12 students at Conrad High School put the statute to the test, riding their steeds up to the school and leaving them in the care of the principal. He could not be reached for comment throughout the day because he had no time. He had to feed and water throughout the day. So I just want to say that there is some levity in life. So thank you so much. We'll move on to Superintendent Report.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief, although I will say I do recall a llama being on a campus once, so not a horse.
Was there a
but
llama?
It was a llama. Just a couple of quick thoughts. I too want to thank all of the staff in the district on behalf of the admin team for just an amazing close of the school year. Our certificated, classified, and our administrative team did a remarkable job, as you mentioned, and with dealing with juggling a lot of balls in the air, especially with what we've seen happening in our nation. I'm glad that Dr. Hagquist is here because I also want to commend him for the work that he did in pinch hitting at the high school at the administrative level when we had both of our principal and assistant principal unable to attend to the duties due to health. And while we did bring in someone else to sub, it truly was Dr. Hagquist who helped kind of rein in the ship and keep it rolling. I know the staff appreciated, the parents certainly did, and I know that our administrative team did as well. So I want to thank Dr. Hagquist for his work in really making that move forward. Finally, I want to acknowledge and appreciate all of the work that went into graduation, but in particular, aside from the kudos to our administrative team, the unsung heroes are our maintenance and grounds team. They work with boundless energy to get that stage set up, get all the chairs set up, get all the sound system going, get everything prepared. It's all behind the scenes. And this year we had the middle school also graduating or promoting out of the stadium as we did last year, but now it's kind of becoming more solid. And our maintenance crews were just phenomenal in getting it set. And you would have noticed them during the ceremonies standing over by the team office, the team building. And at the end of the ceremony, they gave a little bit of time for everyone to sort of hobnob and talk. And then suddenly the team just swept in and just got the place cleaned up. And they weren't worried about getting thanks, they were just getting the job done. So I want to acknowledge and appreciate them for the work that they did as well. And that's all I have for today.
Thank you so much. PGUSD staff comments on non-agenda items.
Director Silva, I'm Director of Curriculum and Special Projects, and my name is Ana Silva. Anyway, I just want to comment on the beautiful day we had yesterday with our equity committee. Dr. Flores, Dr. Nunez, and Dr. Ravelin were there to facilitate our day 3 of the first phase of our equity work, and I'm just very pleased at the level of commitment from everyone that was there, the deep conversation and you know the professionalism with which we are embracing this work that I think is really going to move our district to a beautiful place that we will all be very proud of. So I just want to say I'm very grateful, and I wanted you to know. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Any other comments? Yes, Song, please.
Thank you, President Dawson. Just to echo what Dr. Porras said, we, in addition to MOG, maintenance, operations, and grounds crew, but also custodians at the site, they did an incredible job. It just can't help with me always counting. They did all the work in really shortest amount of time, putting it up and then taking the things down. So it's incredible group of collaborative work. In addition, I mean, just this week, they also move a lot of classrooms. So really want to acknowledge a really incredible, hardworking group of people.
Thank you. Claire Davies, please.
Good evening, everybody. Just wanted to share that we started our summer school today, and it was a huge success. Thank all the staff that stepped up to work this summer. They hardly got a break at all. In fact, they did, because Tuesday was a teacher work day, Yesterday was our summer school planning and orientation meeting day, and our students started today. We had 48 special education students and 37 general ed elementary students, with more joining us next week. So it was a wonderful start. It's very, very cold at Forest Grove in the mornings. It does. The kids kept asking why I was dressed like an Eskimo. But I just want to thank everybody and just share it was a wonderful, wonderful start to our summer school. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Okay, at this time, no other public comments. So individuals desiring to address the board, public comment on any item of interest to the public that is within the board's jurisdiction will be heard. The board will also take public comment on each specific action item prior to board action on each item. The board will allow a reasonable amount of time for public comment on each agenda item, not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker and no more than 20 minutes per agenda item. This is pursuant to Board Policy 9323. Speakers will be called sequentially until there are no speakers coming forward on the agenda item or the amount of time allocated for that item has elapsed, whichever comes first. This meeting of the Board of Education is a business meeting of the board conducted in public. Please note that the Brown Act limits the board's ability to respond to public comment. The board may choose to direct items to the administration for action or place an item on future agenda. Are there individuals? I thought there'd be a lot tonight. Okay, there we go. Not tonight. Consent agenda. We're moving forward here. So once again, items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and or may have been discussed at a previous board meeting. There's no discussion of these items prior to the board vote unless a member of the board requests specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent agenda. Each item on this agenda is approved by the Board of Trustees shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. So for the consent agenda, I think there will be a couple of changes. We decided to pull it was B and J. Yep, right here, consent item B and J.
And double K. Is
And double K.
that correct, trustee
Or are
Carol?
you just gonna, we pull it?
Actually, you know what?
recruit-
My
we-
question on double K was answered. And so that's the, right, that's the construction one.
Contract for services, Wilson Fleming.
Yes.
Okay.
My question on that was answered. So I don't need to pull double K any longer, but I do need to recuse myself from double I.
Double I recused? Okay,
So we have to pull double I.
so we pull that then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so those three items, we said B, J, and double I will be pulled. Other than that, the consent agenda is as stands. Any board comments? I can't, help me get through this tonight. There's, okay, any board comments at this time on this? Other than that, public comment? Well, then we're moving along. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move to approve consent agenda with the items B, J, and double I removed.
Second.
Motion was made by trustee Brian Swanson, seconded by trustee John Paff. Roll call vote, please. Aye.
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 I.
Motion carries 5-0. Okay.
Start with B.
Let's start with B. Okay, B is here and it is Billy Mankey, please.
Good evening, Billy Mankey, Human Resource Director. You're pulling item,
Could you talk about certified assignment order number 18?
sure. This, the original item has been revised. It's been revised to acknowledge some new teachers that are being brought forward for approval, and also a change in administrative assignment. And that is Principal Buck Rogeman moving from Forest Grove Elementary to Director of Curriculum and Special Projects. That would be effective July 1st. And that's replacing Ani Silva. The rest of the items are related to sports and summer school.
Okay, board comments?
I'm in favor of this, this consent item, and appreciate you highlighting the changes. And I do want to congratulate Buck Rogeman on the change of assignment and thank Ani Silva for all of her time here and her efforts. Thank you.
No comment at this time? Okay,
Carolyn said that with more grace than I would.
I know. Could we just go ditto, ditto, ditto?
I have one other, you
Okay.
have Megan Coleman replacing Rachel McNichol is an ad. Does that mean Rachel is no longer with us?
It's a job share. So Rachel will work part-time and Megan will work part-time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's sort
Please.
of what Carolyn said, but I want to say it anyway, because it breaks my heart that we're going to be losing Ani Silva. You have so much enthusiasm for what you bring to this job every day, so thank you. But it warms my heart so much that Buck is going to be stepping into those very, very large shoes, but I know that he has it in him. And again, you talk about somebody who brings such an incredible amount of enthusiasm, not only to the job, but to the room that you're in. So I'm thrilled to see that as part of this item B. I support it wholeheartedly.
Yes, we're all in support, and obviously these are big shifts throughout the district, and a lot of times big changes bring big results, and we just hope and wish the best for both of you as we move forward. So thank you so much. Any public comment? Okay. Do we have a motion?
Motion to
accept.
approve?
Right?
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion was made by Carolyn Swanson, seconded, I'm going to assume, by Frank Rivera. Roll call vote, please. Aye.
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 Thank you so much.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Applause, okay. All right, next we'll move on, please, to consent J, contract with Positive Behavior Support Corps, PBS. Claire Davies, please.
Good evening, Claire Davies, Director of Student Services. And I'm bringing forward extending our contract with the non-public agency, Positive Behavioral Supports, in analyzing our need to provide enough support staff for our students with disabilities for our summer school program. We are in need of contracting with 4 paraprofessionals, and we're able to find high-quality people that were able to join our team today.
Thank you. Board comments at this time? Brian?
No comment.
Okay,
No comment.
okay.
No comment.
No comment.
All right, no comments, so thank you. Any public comment on this? There's not at this time. I move that we accept the contract with Positive Behavior Support Corps.
Second.
Okay, motion was made by Christy Dawson, seconded by John Paff. Roll call vote, please. Aye.
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 Okay, motion carries. So next we go to double I, which is a contract for services with Pacific West Water Purification, Inc. And the reason we're doing this is because one board member needs to recuse, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion needed on this item? Public comment? Okay, yes, you may. All right, so I see no comment public, and I move we accept the contract for services with Pacific West Water Purification, Inc.
Second.
So the motion was made by Christy Dawson, seconded by Frank Rivera. Roll call, please. Aye.
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 I,
Abstain.
Okay, motion carries 4. It's not 4-0, is it? Just 4?
4-0-1.
4-0. Okay, thank you so much. All right, so that wraps that up, and now we go into a public hearing. We'll open now, please, the public hearing of District General Fund budget and all other funds for fiscal year 2022, 2023. Am I in the right place? I'm not. Am I?
Yes.
you are, yeah.
Oh, gosh, okay,
Page 572-ish.
okay. I'm okay?
Am I on?
So, thank you.
Thank you,
Rescue
President
me.
Dawson.
Okay.
All right, this is going to be my last adopted budget presentation, PGUSD. That means I have all the time tonight to talk about the
That's
budget.
right. There's nothing else behind you. Just take your time.
Okay, this is a public hearing, and the next meeting, the board will make a decision to approve the budget or not. As by law, we have to do that in 2 separate meetings. This is just for presentation and then for the public to make any comments if they have any. Let's see, let's see. Acknowledgement, this is what we call continuing. Every year we do a zero-based budgeting, meaning we go to every line, every account line, especially talking about position control, assignment staffing, which makes up 90% of our unrestricted fund budget. So it's more so for us to pay attention to that. And so we do that and meet, every year we will meet with every department, every school site. The site will do their budget transactions and meet with us based on the allocation that we give them, which we'll talk about, the dollar per pupil. And also with every department, I think is very productive, very helpful, because it's not only for us in the business office, but also for the sites, school sites and the departments also to be visible and very transparent with their budget lines. And throughout the year, they don't have really to juggle with how we're going to pay things. And even with transition of employees, it's very well written, is documented in every budget sheet that I have. So they always very appreciative of this process. And also to thank our substitute retirees, who help us along this process. So let's talk about major assumptions. Just like every budget, we need to talk about the building blocks. What are the fundamentals for us to build this 2002 and 2003 adopted budget? The projected enrollment at this point is 1,824. And if you look at the detail in the budget sheets, every grade level is slightly different. It just coincidentally, the total is the same as this year's CBETS, 1,824. This number will change. This is only a projection. CBETS is our first Wednesday in October, and we'll know at that time what the official result. Although on a month-to-month basis, we do have a tracking system of our students. The next one is about revenues. Of obviously being a basic age school district, our biggest source of income is property tax revenue. The projected rate of increase over last year's actuals and estimates, because last year meaning is 2001 and 2, because we're not quite finished yet with this year. What we have here at the presentation for this year's receipts are up to April, and we haven't updated May and June yet. So those 2 months are still projected numbers. So with that, we are applying a 5.15% growth on year-to-year basis into next year. That represents a little bit over $1.5 million. to bring a total of $32,200,377 for just the property tax portion alone. The next assumption is obviously is one of the biggest statutory costs, and that is STIRS for teachers, for certificated employees, and PERS for public employee retirement system who are not in the credential system. There are two major groups made up of employee groups. That we have to pay a set rate set by the legislature for STIRS and also for CalPERS board for the PERS rate. Unfortunately, this year, the governor in his now the current May proposal has not introduced any funds to lower the CalSTIRS or the CalPERS rate. So it's set to go to 19.1%, which is a jump of 2.18% from this year into next year. Now, this year, there was also actually was set for 19.1. It just the state bought that down with a dollar to help LEAs, local educational agencies. Unfortunately, that's not the case at this point. Although right now it's still the governor's negotiations with the legislature. It's just not in his works, the May revision. The CalPERS rate is 25.37, is a decrease of 0.73%. It's about $48,000. It's still something. So because of investment returns with CalPERS, and the board voted based on the staff's recommendation to reduce that rate. So it's likely a decrease. So with all these rates, we're proceeding in to set it in a escape financial system. And once that's been approved officially by July 1, we'll go into payroll and we'll go into live. Categorical funding, we do not, as a basic school district, we don't get a lot of categorical fundings. Those are like grants. Generally speaking, people think about grants. They have restrictions and really defined purpose for each of the grants on how and what we can spend on. For us, is about $1.7 million, and is on one of the pages in the board packet delineating what are each of the buckets of the funds. We also get what we call LCFF. Is we don't really have a LCFF per pupil from the state, but we do have a fixed dollar amount that was been decided many years ago, where all the categoricals were folded into just one line item. And for us, it's $2.5 million, $5,456. That's a fixed amount. It's not even indexed with a cost of living adjustment. It's just a fixed amount every year that we get. And then the next insight going to expenditures for this obviously is one of the areas will be supplies and classroom materials. We increased that from $140. It has not been increased for a number of years to $150. It's actually $10 per pupil for the classrooms. That means the sites will get a $10 additional based on the pupil count. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the bottom line reserve. And this one, I just want to highlight that we are projecting, we are deficit spending. And I think is we talk about that when we negotiated and we finished this current fiscal year. Just think of it though. Last year is about whatever the percentage, that, and we settle for 5%. So for us going forward, 5.15%, we have to carry something that eats, like Dr. Rivera said, some of this ongoing, we have to carry that. And we know that, knowing that because we reserve, we spend on into reserve. How do you spend a reserve? The only way you spend it is by meaning your current year's operations, really your income is not enough to sustain your expenditures, going to operate deficit spending. So at this point, projecting $590,000. One-time funds, we do carry at this one projecting because of the positions, the 3 FTE positions for TOSA and also mental health position. At this point, we are carrying 3 into that. It does not mean that we'll not adjust the budget come the fall for any other additional spending or expenditures to be paid by one-time funds, because we do have carryover funds from the ESSA 3 and also for ELO, Expanded Learning Opportunity Funds. Salaries and benefits, because we settled in time, so all the increase of 5%, also the health and welfare of $1,200 per year per full-time equivalent position, they are already included. They have been incorporated into the current year's budget. And salary schedules already have been sent to county office, also going to be posted, if I'm not mistaken, it's already posted on our website. Other funds, they're all positive, which is a good thing, but we're going to look at it individually year by year. Adult ed funds is 1.4, child development is $81,000, and cafeteria funds 135. This is the fund balance after paying accounted for expenses. Deferred maintenance, 254,021. Post-employment benefits is 6,394. And the building fund is actually made up of two major measures. We have the measure A, which is education technology, and then with measure D. I'm sorry, I do apologize. I put up B, is actually meant to be D for a facilities bond fund, totaling $3.4 million. And then capital outlay projects fund, which is 621,596. And you're going to see later on that we have built this out over the last 4 years, build out those two funds. So this is a little bit more into the details about a property tax revenue. At the top part here, the last column here is a 5.15%. This estimate is over this column here, which is based on estimates and actuals. The receipts that we have received up to April, it shows that we are almost on par. It's not as high as we expected. We brought in more for December, but the gains were actually wiped off in April. The receipts were turning lower than projected. So the over up to April is only about $32,000, meaning more than a projected. This is very, very low. And now May just got in last week, and it's not enough to make into publication of this report. It also came in lower than projections. So we don't know yet about June. So traditionally, it's not a lot of difference in June because it's not a big month. The big months of obviously December and April. General fund, this is what we talked about earlier, $590,000. This is operating deficit. This is just a function of the difference between revenue and expenditures. And then this for next year, we are actually putting in here the assumption 4.15% growth. The second budget year over 22-23, and the third budget year is 4%. You know, by law for any school district, we have to show a balanced books for 3 years, the current budget year and also 2 subsequent fiscal years. Now, these assumptions are obviously, we don't know yet, and will have to be improved and revised and already kept track throughout the year as we move along. Reserve, this is components of fund balance. We exempt from the 10% restriction set by the state because we are basic aid school district. Small school district and also basic aid school districts are exempt from this restriction. So we can have more than 10% in the assigned and committed level. So this point is not very high, it's 11%. And then the out year is 12.1 is 15.3. So these are the components, and obviously we have not started negotiations for 22-23. And this is the reserve level we have projected. Stores and PERS, earlier we talked about the rates, the percentages already stay the same going into next year. There's no proposal by the governor to buy this down. So this is to show how much the 469,000 is just over last year, the difference between now, because we're 19.1%, and this year 16.92 because of buy down. So the difference between these 2 years is an increase of 469,000. And same thing with PERS. As you can see, quite a big of jump here, 22.91 this year going to 25.37. Now with this, the STIRS and PERS rate, and also all the statutory rates that as a school district we must pay, like state unemployment, workman's comp rate, and also Medicare, and Social Security and such, we're paying for classified employees about more than a third. And then for certificate is about a third too. So every dollar that we pay, we have to pay also that cost. Is called what we call total compensation. Adult ed going to the next fund after general fund is adult ed fund is we're projecting a positive $1.4 million. And then the 2 out years, we just kind of, some of them just writing the same amount. And those amounts will be adjusted again as we move along into the revised budget in the fall and also the first and second interim during the year. Child development. Now this fund has 2 sections. One is the BSRP, the before and after school program, and also the state preschool. Obviously, because of the pandemic, the first one was not able to bring in as much of income because it lagged behind for a year and a half. So as you can see that the reserve right now is $81,000 and prior years a little bit higher. And then the next 2 years, we are saying that we put in $35,000 contribution from the general fund. We'll monitor it. Do we need that? If one way to look at it, if we're projecting $71,625 with the infusion from a general fund $35,000, we don't need that to get to positive. But then the program is actually, having a pretty low reserve. So it just, again, this is a recommendation, and we can always change that or adjust. Cafeteria fund, because of the free meals, right now we feed every child, not only any students below a certain income level. Every student can eat for free for breakfast and lunch. And as you can see, the projected federal level and the state at the top level, the income is pretty high if you compare to the, like say 2021 or 1920 and 1819, because of the free meals. We're getting really high reimbursement for all the meals. And we showing that again to 2 out years. We know for a fact, at least into next year, and I believe it's also the second year as well. But we don't know what's going to be done after that. But at least it's the point we're assuming that's going to carry on this initiative to feed kids for free. Same thing with the federal reimbursement here. The state reimbursement. Now, obviously, correspondingly with increased income projection, but also with supplies, because we have more costs that we have to pay. And this is the dollar amount that you can see. With that, we're showing the 3rd year negative. We'll have to examine this, keep track of this, and look at the numbers during the year to see whether any adjustments are needed. Whether in the fund, actually contribution from the general fund into this fund is needed or not to make this positive. Deferred maintenance, this is the one we talk about, is one of the 2 funds that we have built up this reserve. As you can see, 1819 was very low. So now we built this out, which is very helpful because we have projects that do not fall carried by Measure D, which will come in handy to help, like even playground mulch, some of the HVAC, some of the things that repairs or something not ready under the project list of Measure D. This will come in handy in addition to Fund 40. This is one of the funds. Fund 20, this is the residual fund that for post-employment benefits, the board set aside money. We use that to help pay for other needs in prior years, but still stay the same amounts because we have not been contributing into this fund, but it's good to live to keep it active in case it's needed. Fund 21, this is Measure A and Measure D. This year that we issue Measure A, a little bit over $2 million, but next year in the spring, we're going to issue the second series of Measure D, because we're going to have a lot of projects, as you just approved, the board just approved a lot of projects, and we're gearing up for that. We would need the money, and this money will help us for the next summer. Well, normally carries us about 3 years for all the projects. Is in line with our project list. Fund 40, this is the second fund that we have built up over the years. Adopted budget at this point is compared to, like, say, 18-19, $621,000. We use this to pay. This is the primary source is from the rental income from David Avenue's charter school. And then we use it to pay for the portable leases. And the last payment is next year in May. And then the 23-24, as you can see, there's nothing in here. That means where you pay off our debt. We're going to own this portables free and clear. Last payment is next year. And the reserve level, I think the board would like to see this every time we present a budget. You want to see, this is the latest from school services that shows the reserve level and how we compare to the school districts. And this is LCFF and basic aid school districts. For unified school districts, 22.36%. For last year, average unrestricted general fund. And obviously school services caution all the school districts that say, you know, why we have a higher reserve, why school districts should have a higher reserve. It's just for mobility in terms of when you're faced with a financial crisis, give you time to react, because cash is king. When you don't have higher reserve, that means you don't have enough cash. You have to borrow. When you have to borrow, when you see you have lower reserve, not only, you know, people don't lend money who are poor. They lend money when you're rich. They see that you high reserve. They, you know, this is when you can borrow to make some adjustments. So this is what from school services. And where we are, this is the last one that we have. Obviously, we don't have 2021 yet, but this is average basic aid school district, and this is where we were since 15-16. And you can see we're not that high. We're about half of all this school district's reserve. This is just exhibits as part of the board packet. We talk about enrollment, CBETs. This is what we talk about, the $1,824. I mean, 24 students is really close to this year, but as you can see, each school varies slightly and varies by class level as well. Site allocation, we show $150. Since look at the 5 years, we have not increased that. And inflation, you know, that really prices have gone up so much. So we, you know, we kind of talk to the principals a little bit, see how much they can live. Obviously, you know, a little bit more would be better, but $10 will help a lot. And the dollar amount stays more or less the same because a number of students have declined. It's based on per pupil, and we'll true it up. And we, at this time of the year, will give out 97% of the allocation, and we'll true that up in October. And I think that's it. Open for questions.
Okay, board questions. Trustee Paff?
Sure, thank you. So future changes in compensation are not in this, but step and column is correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. When we get this back next week, we will have May values for property tax or no?
I do have May, but it's not reflected in here. It was 11,000 less than projection. So that means I think we're projecting 80,000. It can be 70,000 plus.
The state has promised some money for transportation, or at least that's under negotiation with it escapes me, AB 332,000 right now. What do you know the number? I don't know. Anyway, bus transportation, do you have any feel if that's going through? Which saves us it's non-trivial for us. It's $300,000, right? So.
Yeah, we will be watching that. But what we know at this point, after the publication of this, the May revise in here, we know that the state has proposed, the governor has proposed one-time money. And as far as LEA, legislative analysts, they are estimating $1,500 per ADA. That's a lot of money. And if that goes through, if the legislature approves it, we stand to collect about over $2 million. That's one-time money. But at least this is, on the table. We don't know. It's negotiations still happen in closed door between the legislature and the governor. That's the one thing that will help us because there's no stirs and purge help assistance in any form. The rest, concentration supplemental will help LCFF school districts, but not us.
Yep, thanks.
Trustee Brian Swanson.
Is it safe to assume that at this point in the game with the governor, there's no Hail Mary coming with stirs and purrs?
That's so far.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Yeah.
I figured somebody would have heard some hint about it by this point. When did they actually, what's the goal in finalizing that budget?
They have to do it before July 1st because otherwise legislatures will not get paid.
All right, so I thought it was a June 30 deadline,
Yeah.
so they'll make sure that they get paid at
Yes.
least, so.
That matters.
And then I think the only other question I had was, so you said that LCFF money, it's a fixed 2.5 million and change. It's not indexed to anything. It doesn't go up. Do you have any idea when the last time there was any increase in that LCFF money that we get?
Well, as far as I can tell for us, I think the last one is 13, 14, when all the categoricals were indexed before, it was folded into this one line. It was negotiated between the state and the LEAs. Unfortunately, basic school districts, we don't get a lot of sympathy from the state. They get a fixed amount.
Okay, so a good decade at least. And then any idea, I really appreciate you, all of this stuff and I'm gonna miss you rolling it out because you explain it so well too. It becomes more and more interesting every time we go through it. The information you offer as to reserves on a comparative basis is really appreciated. Do you have any idea where we are, where we stand against Carmel at this point? I mean, they're in the mid-20s or higher, aren't they?
Yes, they have very high cash balance.
Okay, I thought as much. It's just, I appreciate you showing that because I think often when we look at that number and say it's like, oh, we're at 14 or 15 or whatever, that it feels like a lot, but I think you and I and a lot of us here know that it isn't, and that money, as you can see, the impact just from last year on a reserve to this year, it was substantial, 3.5%, I think, or so on our reserve, and that's not going up. And as John had asked too, and you had verified as we roll forward into next year and the year after, it's like future salary increases besides step and column are not factored in. I see us falling below 10% unless there's some magic that happens at some point too.
It's a very good point because I think the board's intention, you're going to pay recognized staff and then the 5% is our increase. One thing that we should remember is the 5.15% is used to carry the salary increase. Meaning if it goes down, it will hurt our reserve. If it goes up, that's going to be our bonus. Let's say it comes in 5.3, we have a 0.15 excess. So meaning we have eaten 5.15%.
Yep. All right. Thank you for that terrible news.
Sorry. Good way to kick off the summer. Dr. Rivera?
Thank you for the comment on the reserves. I'm not quite sure if this is a question for you or not, but I know that BASRP helps fund the state preschool. And I know that several years ago, there was a summer operation of the BASRP until it was found that it was no longer beneficial. There's a new generation of parents now, and I know I have a small circle, but within that circle, there's a lot of griping about how quickly the summer programs fill up in the neighborhood. So I guess this is more of a Buck Sean question. If it seems reasonable to have a survey to ask to see if there is a need for a summer BASRP that could bring in more funds. I mean, obviously, there wasn't before, that's why it was cut. But I don't know, that's just an open question, I guess.
Here they come. Gonna get a lot of answers.
I think that we'd be open to having a survey, and see if people would still want to access a program during the summer. I think obviously what we'd have to do is see if there was enough interest to be able to carry the personnel that would be staffing the program. And then also see if, the personnel was available during summer as well. This might be something we could work into the interview process as we're looking for the new coordinator for the Forest Grove program. So, right, I think we absolutely could send something out toward the middle or end of next year to see about summer programs. Now I think it's a little late for this year.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes, and I'll just echo what Buck was saying. I think Daryl Smith would be completely for something like this, especially if the families reach out to us and tell us that they need it. Obviously, he runs the WAVE program, and he's looking to see that continue, and possibly we can try to mold the two together somehow. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that all for tonight?
That's all. Thank you. Thank you so much for your comprehensive reports that are easy to follow. So I'm gonna miss those.
Thank you. Trustee Carolyn?
Thank you. Song, I have kind of a broader question for you. I know we're a basic aid district versus an ADA district, obviously, and there's been a lot of talk about increasing the base for LCFF, and I'm curious, do you happen to know how far away we are from the LCFF, from the ADA point? In other words, if we lost a certain percentage, you know what I'm asking? Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Time to time, I checked that, we're about $17 million.
We have if we lost $17 million in revenue, we would then become an
LCFF.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much. My other question is just a clerical question about the packet item on page 694. Will you just check and make sure it's like a quarter of the way down. It says, our salary and benefit negotiations settled for this budget year, and it says no.
Budget year is 22-23. We have not settled.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Okay, my questions were asked and I'm just echoing again. I love that you draw our attention to the highlights because it's a lot of numbers. And I concur that it's discouraging that we don't quite have enough in the bank, the percentage. So we'll keep that in mind as we move forward. But thank you so much for doing a great job for us.
Thank you.
All right. Public comment? Seeing none. So it says here move and all that, but we're not doing that tonight. Tonight was informational, correct? And it will come back.
Public hearing.
Public hearing. So I close this public hearing, right? This is closed. And now I'm going to open public hearing 2, public hearing for the local control accountability plan and state local priorities for 22-23. Hello, Ms. Silva.
I always wanted to sing into the mic, by the way. Okay, maybe on the June 16 board. Anyway, I'm going to share my screen. What? Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Am I doing this right?
Sure.
Ah, yes. Yes. Okay, where's the slide part? Hold on, let me move this thing over to the side. There you go, slideshow. All right. Okay, so this is the local control accountability plan. And this is the second of a 3-year plan, just to kind of frame the context. So so this is kind of like, this is what we are doing in the second year of a 3-year plan. Let's just say that. All right, here we go. I would just like to point your attention to that the local control accountability plan, it covers 8 state priorities, all goals, all actions, all metrics have to be aligned to these 8 state priorities. So that's where you see like goal 1, action, priority 5, 6, 7, each of them has to cover a mixture of these 8 state priorities. And I'm not going to read them because I'm sure you know them very well. Our overview of the Lcap, the way that it works. This year's Lcap has it begins with the LCFF budget overview for parents. And what that is really is taking Song's beautiful presentation, okay, and creating a pie chart showing what our total general fund monies are, what our LCFF contribution is, and that LCFF meaning the amount of money that the state has identified that we have to give a percentage for improved and increased services, okay? And kind of, it's the purpose is to explain to parents in an easy way how our budget is divided, okay? And what portion of that budget goes to the Lcap. The second piece of the Lcap is a document you saw before, and this was it had to be presented to the board before February of 2022, and that was the supplement to the annual update. Okay, and so you're saying, I'm sure I've seen this before, and you have. So it's supposed to just be a part of the packet that goes to the county office for approval. So it's not something we need to discuss tonight because you've already seen it. I haven't changed it. It was just a mid-year snapshot of where we are in our actions and how much money have we spent to date back then in February. Okay, so that's what that piece is, the supplement for 21-22. Then we move on to the actual Lcap, which is the plan story where you really get to understand, like, tell us about your district. Tell us about your reflections of what are your needs in your district that you've identified, your strengths and your areas of growth. And then what are some of the highlights at the Lcap, so that the person can just, it's like a synopsis of what you're going to find in the Lcap. Then comes the section where now, remember it used to be called stakeholder engagement. Now we are called educational partners, engaging educational partners in the feedback. And that's where you'll see that I capture really the feedback, the gist of our feedback comes from the sites, comes from the meetings that the sites have, the site councils, the PTAs, their leadership meetings with their teachers, their staff meetings, any other parent meetings that they have, their student surveys, student focus groups, and then district-wide, we're talking about, we have our parent advisory, district parent advisory, Lcap committee that I meet with them to talk about our Lcap, and they are representatives from each of the sites, of which I met twice with this year. And I met with them to discuss all about the other plans that that I've been bringing forward this year, as well as, yes. And then as well as the teachers union, our classified union, and our district English language advisory committee group. Okay, so that's, and then at the bottom of that is pretty much what was the greatest feedback that we got from our educational partners, and how has that been rolled into the Lcap? So for example, one of the biggest feedbacks we got mostly all over were about social emotional needs, for our kids. And so you'll see reflected in the Lcap that we have made adjustments. We have added actions to last year to address the needs of our sites. Not finally, there's so much more to go, but then you come into the goals section and we have 3 goals in our district. Actions, you see the actions, the goal, the actions, and the expenditures, and then finally the increase or improved services, which really is what the Lcap is about. The Lcap really is about identifying those students who need additional supports. That's what equity is. It's our action. It's like we've been this equity committee that we've been in, it's kind of like equity is nothing without action. You know, you can say equity all day long, but if you're not doing something about it and addressing the needs to close that achievement gap and to support our students, then we're not really doing anything. And so that's what you will see reflected in our LCAP. And then finally, there's the expenditure summary, which I think, you know, the state did something really good in this section. Because what they did is that they really identified in the annual update, what did you say you were going to spend? And what did you spend just by action? Boom, boom, boom. It's so much easier to read than it was in the past. And then we look at our 22-23 expenditures and what we expect to spend for 22-23. So we have to, you're kind of looking at 2 years. What did we spend in 21-22? And if we didn't spend the money, then you have to explain, well, because this or this happened. But we don't ever have that problem because we are so fortunate that we are always able to do what it takes to support our students. And then, and so that's that. Here we go. So here is the budget overview for parents. And as you can see, it breaks it down. All federal funds, 1,115,942. The local funds that we receive, okay? And then other state funds that we get from the government. So it all totals up to this 34,706,630. So 87% of our money is what is considered, they consider total LCFF. The state, and Song can correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard this so many times that even though we are a basic aid district, the state sees that our income from property taxes really is what they consider to be the LCFF. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
It has nothing to do with ADA, but it does have to do with our property taxes. So they do take that amount of money into account when considering what is the percentage that we must provide for our students. And then we have all other LCFF funds. And then this supplemental concentration grant, we really don't get a supplemental concentration grant. The $664,869%, $869, that's the amount of money based on a calculation by the state that we have to spend on improved or increased services for our students. Now, we will exceed that by a lot of money. I promise. Like this year, we exceeded it by over $250,000. What we were going to spend last year and what we actually ended up spending this year. Okay. Are there any questions about this budget overview? It pretty much has to match exactly what Song's budget because they both go to the county at the same time. So Song and I were feverishly working. It's like, Song, give me the budget so that I could input these numbers. So it all matches. Okay, so as I explained already, you know, the engaging educational partners, these are the people that are represented and have to be represented. If not, the county says, oops, you know what, you didn't talk to that group. It's very, very important that we get feedback from our folks. So I'm just going to overview the current actions that we have, and I've asterisked things that are new this year as a result of reflection, looking at data, and looking at and feedback from our engagement parent. I keep that name just doesn't stick with me. I don't know, educational partners. So the first goal has to do with making sure that everyone that graduates college or career ready. That's bottom line. That's our goal of our school district. Make sure that we are providing students that are going to be successful citizens and be able to thrive in a global economy. And as you can see, the priorities are that goal meets these priorities 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7. And then our state metrics are also, there's 28 state metrics that have to go according to each of the priorities and according to each of the goals that are, you have to have them. They're mandated by the state. So I'd like to add that in response to A to G numbers not being as high as we would like them to be, we've added a high school credit recovery class where students are going to have the opportunity to, if they've received a D or an F, that they can retake a class through and go to have a class set up so that they could go to that class and go through a program called Admentum, which we've been using very successfully. And they can retake a class for to get a C or better. And that's what would make them A to G eligible. So we're very pleased. I think this is going to make a big difference. And I'm also very happy to see that this year's A to G is much better than it has been. So you know what you guys are doing, we did it this year, offering credit recovery, and I think it's making a huge difference. Any questions about the first goal? No? Okay.
I have a question.
Oh, yeah. You do.
For the use of Admentum, let us say a student got a D. Really, they want to go back and take that. Do they have to sign up and have that approved by the counselors in advance? Or can they simply sign up on Admentum, or how would that work?
Well, I'm gonna answer this question, but if I'm saying this incorrectly, Lito can correct me. If a student gets a D, I would imagine that they have to be placed into the class, the credit recovery class, where they will access the licenses for Admentum. They can't just say, I just want to take a class, I'm just gonna sign up for Admentum, because we've purchased a certain number of licenses for the year. So.
Okay, so it has to be done through the school and
Yeah,
counseling.
yeah.
How about if they take it at MPC?
Oh. Don't know the answer to that. Principal
Okay,
Garcia?
let's pretend it's not a D plus, it's a C minus.
Oh.
I want a better grade.
Then it's A through G, you met it.
They have met it, but
Yeah.
nonetheless, how does that class get assigned into the high school?
I don't know that answer.
Didn't understand the question.
Like how-
I mean, there's two factors, right? One of them is A through G, and a C minus meets that, but a C minus doesn't really meet that you've mastered the material. So you may say, hey, I really want a better grade in this. I'm going to spend the time. And by the way, I couldn't find a summer job anyway. So if I can improve that through taking, I don't know, Frank's class online at MPC over the summer, because I really want a better grade to go into biology next year.
There's a form that students bring to the high school when they're taking MPC courses, and we sign off on those, and then we need to get the transcript from MPC to prove that the student did indeed take the course. So they give us the form, sign it, here's what I'm going to take. The proof is the transcript at the end of the course, showing us what their grade is.
That has to be done in advance, or
The signatures happen before they take the class.
okay, thanks.
But just to improve grades, that's not, it would be listed on the transcript, would it not? Like I got a C minus in biology, I want an A, I go retake it, universities, they don't go for that. You have to,
So most students, well, I'm not aware of students looking to improve on a C or better.
yeah,
But students who have the D and or F as the course that we're going to be having for our A to G recovery this coming school year will be offered period 7. We've identified students who got the D or an F in an A to G course. Our counselors, prior to students leaving for summer, started meeting with those kids saying, we have this opportunity for you. If you would like to take advantage of it, this is what we can do for you going into the next school year. And so we do have students enrolling.
Thank you. So it is twofold, right? It is not just credit recovery, but it's also preparation and how do you put the child into the world in a better spot? Which is
doesn't
why I
happen.
would, well,
It just doesn't happen.
I would hope it does happen, actually,
Well, it does.
especially this year.
I mean, think all the kids that get 2.0s that wish they were 4.0s and they go retake everything.
It takes
just-
effort to do it, so.
Oh. Anyway, thank you. This is the recovery class looks very promising.
Yes.
That's
yes,
wonderful.
And I'm happy that it's in the schedule
Yeah.
during the day, that it's
And-
not something extra that students are doing at some other time on their own time, but it's during the day with a classroom teacher. So I think that's going to
And-
be
and-
a very positive move.
And it's open in the summer right now as well. You have some kids running this right now.
Well, right now during summer school, there are students who are, and I think those are students with Fs. Yeah, so these are just only students that have Fs that need to, in order to graduate. And so That's why they are. And then they are also doing Edmentum through summer school as well. Sure. Okay, so. our
Honey, sorry to interrupt you. No, I was just worried about the folks at home not being able to hear you, and you can pick the microphone up and kind of, and I think it'll stay. It's remote, so if you, yeah, thank you.
Like that?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so, okay, why is it not going to the next one? Okay, sorry. I don't know why my thing's not moving to the next. Oh dear. Return? No, okay, my computer's now not one. Oh, there we go. Maybe that way. Okay, this way. Okay, here we go. Goal number 2. So goal number 2, if you could just by looking at the little asterisks, look how many things we've added. Goal number 2 is our social emotional goal. Really looking at, advancing educational equity and excellence by focusing on social, emotional, and mental health of our school community, creating a safe and affirming school environment and culture that supports and encourages school connectedness and resiliency. So we've always had counseling services. We have social emotional curriculum. We have we have parent engagement and student success. We have the fundamentals of success class at the high school, which is just targeting those students. We have professional development on social emotional learning for certificated staff. That's happening at the middle school and high school. Next August 1, we're having a training with Institute for Social Emotional Learning for focusing on content area teachers, how to embed social emotional learning if you're a math teacher or a science teacher, a social studies. So now you really are, it's not just, okay, big broad stuff, but you know what, with that content area. So we're going to put our middle school and high school, we're going to put our middle school, sorry, God, we're going to put our middle school and high school teachers together by department to do this training. And that's going to happen on August 1st. So I'm very excited about that, as well as additional social emotional support that's going to happen at the elementary level as well. Another thing we have added, the digital citizenship and parent education tech nights. That was a direct, that was something parents wanted. And it was something that the district advisory committee wanted. They were like, you know what, we need more of those nights. And so, and that was it's already in our ed tech plan to add digital citizenship and parent ed tech night. So it's already ready to go. Another fabulous thing that I'm very excited about is the high school is doing what the middle school did this year, and actually the last 2 years, right? Is having an advisory period. That's been very, very effective at the middle school because it offers that opportunity during the school day where teachers can attend to like say the Character Strong program and or any other social emotional curriculum. And so that's going to happen at the high school. I think that's just a win-win for those students at the high school. We also are having a new student safety and wellness courses. That's, remember I mentioned that sometime in a staff update about through Vector Solutions. They're going to be online courses. They're maybe 6 or 7 minutes long, but it's going to be done through the physical education classes. So there's going to be classroom discussion. So it's not just going to be here, you're on a computer, go for it. But it's just going to be, and they're just 6 to 7 minutes long, but they really do cover the most important topics for students in grades 6 through 8 and grades 9 through 12. So it's something that every grade level is going to be able to do. And the advisory periods are the perfect places to do it if it doesn't work in PE. What else? High school and the elementary mental health therapist. So we're very pleased that we have a mental health counselor at the high school, and we're going to put forward a mental health counselor for the elementaries. This would be a split position between Robert Down and Forest Grove, because there's been a huge need for that at the elementary level, which has had a lot of trauma as a result of COVID and coming back to school, and just children need more support. And let's see what else. middle school, social emotional support. I put it into the Lcap, even though it's not funded by our general fund. It's the Cal Hope grant that Principal Roach got. And so, but I want to highlight the amazing things that the middle school is doing with this money to support the students on social emotional learning. And it's all written into the Lcap. And then finally, probably everything will sit on this plate, and that is the work of equity and cultural proficiency. Because if we have students who feel connected, who feel valued, who are respected, not just the students, but their families, we build a community. We build a community that is whole, and that supports one another. And so this work that we're doing is I'm so excited. It gives me goosebumps, and I'm just so pleased. It's so close and dear to my heart. So that's what's going on with social emotional learning. I'm very excited. Yes.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. I know in my reading, I saw Sel Survey for kids, and I was just curious when and how you administer that and how the results are interpreted.
Well, that's the core survey, the core SEL survey that's been administered at the middle school for the last 2 years. It was administered at the high school this year, twice at the beginning and now at the spring. So the principals all have the data for the core SEL, and the elementaries did it as well. What grades? Grades 3 through 5. Yeah, grades 3 through 5. And the data is impressive because it really is going to help us to identify the areas where we have to really focus on to make sure that students feel connected and feel safe at school.
Does that information get dispersed to the faculty? Has there been the opportunity to have meetings and you say, here are issues that we have to focus on?
Yes, I know that all the principals have done that at their sites. I don't know yet if at the elementary that has happened, but I know that Principal Rogaman showed me a beautiful information ready to go to give to the teachers.
Next year you're on it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And there was also an online confidential reporting form. Is that just out there and like as a staff member, I would find that and report it? Do I give it to counselors, principals? I'm just curious. Yeah, sorry. Okay.
Okay, that one I don't know.
So at both high schools, we have a confidential report form that is accessible to anyone on our website. It exists under the student tab, and it takes students through a series of questions to report to us anything of concern. One of the introductory sentences though on this confidential report form is that we would hope that the students would come forward and speak to a staff member about any concern that they may have. But this gives them an opportunity to bring that concern forward so that myself or Mr. Steinbeck, that's who the report goes to, can address whatever the situation may be. Over the course of the school year, we've had people submit concerns about other students and what's taking place. And then we've also had people submit concerns about themselves and just seeking help. It is anonymous. However, we do ask for names so that we can be more specific in who we need to speak to.
Okay, that's great. Thanks for telling me that.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate it.
Okay, moving on. This is tricky. Goal 3. Okay, there we go. So goal 3, our third goal really encompasses everything that has to do with intervention for English language arts and mathematics. And it's absolutely targeted to our English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, foster youth, students with disabilities, and Hispanic students, because historically there is an achievement gap. And so, we have site-based professional learning teams. We have AVID, that's another thing. The AVID conversation with the district parent advisory committee was huge. They were like, AVID, Avid. Why can't we have Avid school-wide? I mean, big time. And so I was very pleased, and I shared all that with the site administrators. And I know that there's a definite commitment at the middle school and at the high school to implement Avid strategies. As a matter of fact, we're sending an additional 7 teachers to a summer institute, the Avid Summer Institute, this summer. And every year we send teachers. So that, you know, we're spreading we're building the capacity of all content area teachers to use Avid strategies in the classroom. It doesn't just have to be the Avid class.
Right.
When you can have school-wide Avid implementation. So I'm very happy about that. Our Ela support classes at the middle school, those have been going on and they're very successful. Our elementary intervention system, I tell everyone that's like the Cadillac of intervention. It really is. I mean, our intervention elementary team is just absolutely phenomenal. What these teachers do to meet the needs of our kids, honestly. They are amazing. And those include our designated English language development teachers, which we're very fortunate to have, that we have teachers dedicated to doing that and supporting our students. We have our language review teams, which is something that I love, that I brought to the district. One of those inventions in my brain, but it was such a good thing because it's like an SST, but it's really about our English language learners. And there are meetings that the teachers have with the ELD teachers, with the counselors, just really trying to identify how can we support these students. And we also, that's where we discuss the reclassification of students. Are they ready? Not ready? What are the areas we need to work on? Our math intervention, again, all grade spans. Our middle school and high school offer the grade level class, like IM1, IM2. But if you need support, you still do IM1 and IM2, but you also have a math support class at the same time. So you're not missing out on grade level content. And that is true at the middle school. As a matter of fact, as a result of looking at data, the middle school has added 2 Math 6 support classes, correct? That is correct. Okay, I thought so. But I'm just, so I guess I want to frame that so that you can see that we're looking at data to drive our decision making. And I think that's hugely important. Productive study class. This is another one I'm so happy about. 3 of them. This school year, we had 1. Next year, we will have 3. This is so important for the high school because our students need time in the school day to get to study, to do their project work, to get support if they need it. And this is perfect for our students who need that extra support, to be given that time during the day. 3 sections this school year. I'm so excited. High school math tutoring after school. No, it's actually, is it the 7th period? It'll be before and after school. Okay. And then we have, of course, a paper tutoring service. This was, and I highlighted this in the Lcap, even though we did not use general fund money for that. We used expanded learning opportunities grant money, but this is phenomenal because every 6th grader, 6th, 7th, 8th, 6th grade through 12th grade, regardless of what class you are in, can get support from an online tutor, one-on-one, 24 hours a day. I mean, huge. I was so pleased and lots of good feedback on paper tutoring service. Okay, that's it. Okay. All right, any questions? No, all right, moving on. Okay, and so finally, then we have the demonstration for increased or improved services for unduplicated students. And this is where it's kind of like the synopsis of everything that's been written in the Lcap as really how are we improving service or increasing service. So increase is by adding more funding, okay, or improving services just by adding, that's the quality versus the quantity, right, money. Oh, okay, let's move on. Okay, then I'd like to, I know it's kind of small, but there's some data that if you look at the Lcap, we didn't have it at the time that I had to publish it for it to become public. And so these are the data points that I've just, that when you get the Lcap on the 16th, it's gonna have, it's already in it. But we just didn't have this information until just pretty much yesterday when Director Binder so generously put all this information for me. So this is just the data on the, you know, and next to the data, I put where how it's related to what goal and what state priority. Okay, so you can see we've got the A to G completion, the CTE completers, you know, the combined A to G CTE. These are all the metrics the state requires. We don't have information for AP test passing rates yet. Then we've got school attendance, which is attached to goal 2, school chronic absenteeism rates, our high school graduation rate, which is attached to goal 1, 96.8%. That's, you know, we're definitely improving. So excellent. Yay. And expulsion rates, and then our suspension rates all tied to goal 2. But you'll see, and this was not in the presentation that you, because I just got it and had to create this slide. So, but I'm happy to send you this little piece if you would like. So
Sure.
Okay. All right. And then the usual, you know, that we are a basic aid and we're not included in the LCFF as a la per ADA, but I explained that. And as always, you know, that the public is welcome to respond, ask any questions in writing to myself, Dr. Porras, regarding the Lcap.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna go to board comments now. Trustee Paff, do you want to lead off?
Well, thank you very much, Ani. You know, this is a hard document to go through and follow and understand. And this year in particular, lack of comparison and the ability to check back to last year makes it a little even harder. So I appreciate, and frankly, what everything has been up there, because the changes that you're saying, okay, look, we're really trying to address social, emotional, we're really trying to add that. We're trying to find with places where people have dropped out. And I think the data you have is more anecdotal than hard at this point. So I appreciate basically everything you put up. I don't have any questions on it this time. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Trustee Frank?
Thank you. Besides echoing what Trustee Path said, I also appreciate all the asterisks I saw. So you're listening to the community, you're responding to the community, and hopefully we'll see some positive stuff coming out of that. So thank you very much.
Trustee Carolyn?
Thanks, Christy. I've got a couple questions, Ani. I was reading through, so they're kind of all over the place because they came throughout the document. So first of all, I was reading that it's possible you guys are going to allow certain students who are heavily involved in sports to have a PE waiver. Did I read that correctly?
Okay, you probably read that, and because attached to in the board cover, I added priorities, school climate, and
I think it was
it's
page
priority
7.
6 and priority 7. Is
41.
one has to do with the California Healthy Kids Survey, and I think that was, I asked the principals to speak to the things that they are adding. Okay, here we go. Yes, this was on priority 6, school climate, and at the high school, right? No. No, what?
Do you know where you saw it, Trustee Carolyn? Or you just remember it?
I wrote down page 741, but
Well, that might help. Let's see.
741.
my question though, which,
Okay.
so it may not matter exactly where it is, but my question related to that is if we are doing that, if we're allowing students to waive their enrollment in PE classes, if they're involved in sports, how are we getting them the health class aspect of PE? Remember how we had a
In
wonderful
ninth grade?
Donna, Donna come over and tell us about all the, very social, emotional, health wise, various for the health component. So how are we making sure that that happens for those students?
So this is not going to be in practice for this coming school year, but it is a goal and is a practice that is done at high schools across California where students who participate in CIF sanctioned athletics receive PE credit for that particular sport. In regards to health, one thing that we're going to be exploring starting next school year for the 23-24 school year is having a dedicated health class. So removing it from PE, having our own health class. A goal of mine would be to have health one semester and ethnic studies the second semester. So all freshmen would take that.
I see. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
My other question is it's almost a tech question. So I was reading in the Lcap about how we're providing students, especially foster youth or children experiencing homelessness, Chromebooks, and I just wanted to make sure that we are providing them, I'm assuming with hotspots as well, or maybe we're not. So I just wanted to double check that they're also having access to hotspots.
To Director Binder.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, it's been policy pretty much since the start of the pandemic that we do have internet hotspots, T-Mobile based data plan hotspots available for any parent requesting or needing them, along with a dedicated student device, a Chromebook.
Okay, that actually answers my next question, because I was going to ask how we are doing with that. I know we had kind of sought out folks who were struggling to have internet at home.
Yeah.
And so that's still in practice. If a family does not have access to internet, they can contact their
They can
teacher, or
contact-
principal, and work it up to you.
Site text through the administrator at
Okay.
the school if they prefer. We did provide a quick survey, I think it was earlier this year in September, asking the question yet again, just as a refresh on how many families, households lack internet connectivity. And that was our baseline for determining which.
Thank you
families
for
were
doing that. Will you be doing that again this coming school year?
each year. Yeah.
Thank
It's
you.
now included with the online registration process. Yeah. that
Excellent.
question.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. My last question is about dyslexia. I was reading an article that got me excited, and I don't know if it's something that we can do here, but it was a universal screening for dyslexia for students, especially because reading is kind of the pathway into all academics. So is that something that's possible, or what do you think about that?
Yes, as a matter of fact, that's something that our intervention teachers have been discussing for a few years now, is because dyslexia is a part of the general ed population. It's not a special ed.
Not always.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you can have dyslexia and not have to necessarily need an IEP. So there are several screeners out there that they've been looking at, but it's just a matter of finding which is the right one. So.
Okay.
Yeah, so no, that's a for sure component of our conversation regarding dyslexia screeners. There was a teacher who, there was going to be a pilot program through a university, but then that kind of fell through. So, but I can get you more information.
Personally, I would love to prioritize that to be implemented as soon as we can, but I don't know if the rest of the board feels that way. So that's just my one voice out of five.
It's something that that is at the forefront, because students, yes, as a matter of fact, yes. So it's definitely a priority, I promise you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just can't name the screener right now.
That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Those are my
Sure.
questions.
Sure. Thank you. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I like Dr. Frank, I appreciated the asterisks, but so much more too. But those were great to see. It's just like, oh, this is new, this is new, this is new. You're always so thorough in your presentations, so thank you for that. And I think you really have demonstrated tonight too, that it's like what a team you have in putting this together, right? It's like, there's Sean chimes in on something that he's doing, or Buck, or Lito, or Matt. And it's like everybody, and it really did demonstrate just how integrated it is. And I think you guys have, I remember the first time you talked about the Lcap, and I think the first time that it came to you too, and it was like 10 pages, maybe. It's grown into this behemoth. But I think what you've done too is you've taken something that many people might look at as this burden and turned it into this really tremendous web or hammock of support for all the different things that our students need. And it's really remarkable. And you approach it, all of you do, with great enthusiasm, and making sure that our students that are also most in need get that help. So thank you for the presentation and the energy that you all put into it.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for acknowledging that, Trustee Swanson, Trustee Brian. I should say. Because the LCAP, and I'm fortunate, and I have been fortunate to be the one to tell the story, because that's what the LCAP is. It's our story. It's our story for our community, for our constituents, and it is what we do. And I'm so proud every time that I get to tell that story, and I have been the one to do so. And it does highlight everything that happens at the sites every single day. And one of the things that I mentioned to the committees, all the committees that I've met with, is that pay attention to those site plans, because they really drill down to the, they have the same goals as the LCAP, and sometimes they've added others, right, based on site needs. But those SIPSAs are like rock solid in terms of the actions and the things and the plans that they are putting forth. So it's really, this is just a synopsis, or just like the highlight of all the fabulous things that our administrators and our teachers and our classified staff do. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for this. And I appreciate also, it's a feeling of safety nets for the kids that just get lost, fall through the cracks, and from credit recovery, SEL, all these various ways of making sure to capture them and pull them back in the best we can.
Yeah.
Really good work. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
concur with what everybody's saying. It's been very positive.
Thank you.
And thank you specifically tonight. And Buck has taken some notes, I think.
I'm not done though.
Okay.
Or if you want.
Are you done tonight, or are you not done in the next week? I'm not clear.
No, I meant I have more to tell you in my presentation.
Okay, then buckle your seatbelts. I think we were all saying goodnight. All right, keep going. But it's nothing but time, Ani. Keep going.
Dear. Oh dear. Okay, I'm trying to do that. Here we go, screen share. Sorry. This is the part of the presentation where, hold on here. Okay, let me go get out of here, escape. And I need to find my another presentation. There we go. This one, local indicators. This is another important presentation because it's part of the state mandate. With the LCAP, you have to also present our analysis on the other local indicators. So in the board packet, I did priority 6 and priority 7. Okay, and that was in narrative form, and that will go into the dashboard, because the dashboard comes up with we didn't see the dashboard this last year because we didn't have the CASP, but we will have it this coming up in the fall. But all of this information gets put onto the dashboard, and so this is just the background of the dashboard. A seamless accountability system. But really, it really is making sure that we are attending to each of the 8 state priorities. And these are the local indicators that match those priorities. So the first priority is about teachers who are appropriately assigned, curriculum that is aligned, and we have safe, clean, and functional school facilities. And that information came to you with the SARC, when we did the SARC presentations. So we obviously meet all of the criteria when it comes to making sure our teachers are assigned properly, that we have students who have access to their own instructional materials, and that we have facilities that are in good repair. Okay, that's the, including deficiencies and extreme deficiencies. including deficiencies and extreme deficiencies, so 0%. The second priority is about academic standards. And let me move this over here. There we go. Okay, let me submit. There we go. Okay, so we have to rate ourselves in our progress in providing professional learning for teaching to the adopted. It's funny how it says recently adopted academic standards. Well, they haven't been recent. It's been a long time now, but it's interesting how they still have this this language. All of our materials are aligned to the standards. And our English language development standards, we are in full implementation. We're always looking to improve in that area though. So I wouldn't feel comfortable giving it a 5. Okay, go to the next one. What's going on here? There we go. Sorry. Right, two. Oh, okay. This is do you have materials that are aligned to the state frameworks and to the standards? Yes, we do. And I'm going to be presenting our social studies adoption, yahoo, for elementary, which gives us that number, that 5 over there, because that's the one that we were lacking. Okay, but now we are aligned. We are aligned, and I'm so happy. Implementing programs to ensure that policies and programs to support the staff in identifying areas where they can improve, and that's through our evaluation system. Okay, that's just how the principals evaluate teachers, and this is how they would tell a teacher if there's an area that you need to improve in one of these areas. And so I say we are at full implementation through the evaluation system. Another priority is progress in implementing each of the following academic standards. And of course, we have full implementation and sustainability for all the content areas: CTE, health education, physical education, visual and performing arts, and world language. And then looking at how are we engaging activities with teachers and school administrators during the prior school year, including the summer, about identifying learning needs of groups of teachers or staff as a whole. So we are in full implementation. We're always taking a look at how can we support our teachers that have maybe not yet mastered their learning of the implementation of the standards and how they're delivering. So I would say that we are a 4 there. And then family engagement. This is an area where building relationships, and we take this data comes from our parent surveys that we send out to the parents and feedback from the site. Building trusting and respectful relationships with families. Absolutely. That's a definite full implementation and sustainability, as well as creating welcoming environments for our families. And this is where we're working on the progress in supporting staff to learn about each family's strengths, cultures, languages, and goals for their children. And this is the work of equity that we are involved in right now, and as well as the LEA's ability to communicate, two-way communication between families. And so that's always an area that we're working towards, but that we're always working towards that. So I would say that is full implementation. Seeking input for decision-making. The one area I'd like to point out here is that I think we really need to work on is how do we build the capacity of and support family members to effectively engage in advisory groups. We have people who always engage in the advisory groups, and then people, groups of people that don't. And so I think that's an area that we are working towards in our equity work, to how do we reach out to families that typically do not participate so that we can capture their feedback. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I wrote about in the Lcap was about, and this came as a result of the parent advisory committee saying that we should hire a bilingual parent liaison. And so in talking with administration and Principal Martinez, she was saying, you know what, our adult school can fund that position. So we're going to work towards that. I put that in the Lcap, by the way. We're going to work towards that because I think that's a very, very, very important, something that we, as a district, we have not done. And I think that that would be moving us in that direction to how do we reach those parents and those families that typically are not able to, or have not, been able to give their feedback and input. Okay, I'm sorry here. Building relationships, I said that one. Seeking input. And that's again, how do we, no, I already said that one. I'm so sorry. I'm so confused now. Seeking input for, yeah, I think I already said that one. Oh, okay, no, here we go. Rate progress in providing all families with opportunities to provide input on policies and programs. Again, building the capacity and supporting family members to effectively engage in advisory groups and decision-making. So that, again, those are the areas that we absolutely need to work on. Okay, sorry. Come on. I'm going in the wrong direction. So 3. I think that's it. It. Forgive me.
Well, we said a lot of mushy stuff before because when I saw public comments, I thought you were done. So any comments on the new stuff?
Just look at a quick one. I love that idea of having a bilingual person and bringing it in through the adult schools. Just brilliant. That's, I mean, talk about, again, connecting everybody and utilizing some of the resources that we already have or developing. It's awesome. Great idea.
Anyone else?
Nope, just echoing trustee Brian, 13 languages today. So
That's
13,
right.
yeah.
Lots of languages. Thank you for this additional stuff. It's a whole mountain of information you had to impart today. And thank you so much for your good effort.
That's my pleasure. I'm
Okay.
smiling under this.
Okay, we're smiling too.
Yeah.
Hard to see it, but we are.
Did we reach out for public comment on this?
I'm moving towards the
Oh,
mic
I'm
right
sorry.
now.
I thought you'd
No,
already.
it's good.
I was
No,
sensing
no,
that you
no.
were-
I'm reading it right here. It's very, very clear. So we're going to ask now for public comment. Okay, so this is the final draft today. So we would take action on this.
No,
No, it's.
this is the
it's-
public hearing. We'll take
public
action on this on the 16th.
Okay,
Yeah, the agenda is a little confused and it shows.
I
this,
got
but
confused.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, because there's motions and all that, but
Yeah,
we
that
don't
was-
really have them. We're
Nope,
just
good.
closing the
Nope.
public hearing at this time. Now we're moving into public hearing number 3, public hearing and adoption of elementary, which you alluded to, adoption of the social studies curriculum with studies weekly.
Yes. I'm gonna go get my paper over there.
Christy, after this item, can we take a 5-minute break?
We're pushing through, of course.
Thank you.
All right, so here we go. So this, I'm so happy. Our teachers, we had a committee of teachers from Robert Down and Forest Grove who piloted throughout the entire year 3 different programs and to fidelity. I mean, we had trainings from each of the publishers. The teachers implemented the curriculum. They gathered student feedback. And then finally, we all gathered at the end of almost at the end of the school year. And they all agreed that Studies Weekly was the program that had all of the elements that they were looking for. It's absolutely aligned to the new curriculum framework, which is very important. And we've had it in display here for the public to see. And the teachers unanimously, the students loved it as well. And it's going to be a very positive move and, for social studies, because it really does align to the new framework where we're highlighting members of society in our past that typically have not been represented in history books, and they are. And so, it's really taking an equity approach to the teaching of social studies at the elementary level. So. Any questions?
Yeah, let's ask. Trustee Paff.
The cost for this is listed as $34.75 per student. And in trying to figure out how that comes about to a total of $42,037. Okay, so is the $42,037 over 5 years total, or is that each year?
Oh, total. 5 year.
And this is in use starting at what grade?
Kindergarten? Transitional kindergarten, actually. And they're like newspapers. They're very colorful. They're not like heavy books, you know, they're just nice, colorful, two-fold newspapers. You know, they're about this big, and they're just really kid-friendly. But they have so many, you know, they're so rich. They have an amazing online presence. So students, you know, if for some reason, you know, they have to, you know, they have access to the curriculum at home as well. So very teacher friendly, student friendly. So the teachers were really, they were like, hands down, this is the one we want.
I guess I just can't quite figure out how we get to $42,000 when we have 800 elementary students times $34.75. So I'm wondering, I mean, if that's the contract bottom line for 5 years, I'm very happy, but those numbers don't really work. So.
Well, this is the quote that they gave me. I mean, you know, I guess, you know, that the bottom line is that it's gonna cost, but, and included in that is professional development. So it's not, you're not just looking at, you know, I mean, there's, you're not just
I'm
looking
just
at.
saying 34 times 800 times 5, it comes out to a much higher number.
Do you want to see it? I mean, and I'm not joking or
I get
whatever
that
either.
there's
It's like-
PD in it and a bunch of other stuff built in. It's just, if it's really 42,000.
So we're getting a
that's
good deal.
Great deal.
Yeah, it's
Thanks,
a
but-
great deal. As a matter of fact, when I told Song, she was so happy.
You know, if it seems too good to be true.
No, I know. I was like, I was sure we were gonna spend over $100,000. I was sure of it because typically that's what they
You
cost.
have a
but-
contract in front that says 42,000 yada yada for 5 years.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee
That
Brand.
contract will actually come to us too, won't it?
No.
No?
No,
Okay.
it's not, no, you don't, it's not really a contract, it's a proposal
John,
for curriculum.
Do you
and-
want to actually see the breakdown, the overall, so you can see the PD and
I
all
don't-
the other stuff, or?
You know, the bottom line number of 34.75, again, it's just
Yeah.
35 times 800 times 6 years is $140,000. Right, so.
So you're just bothered that the math doesn't work
It
in
should,
your head.
you know, I
right
mean, this
now.
is
I can-
ballpark, but
I
it
will-
should
I
come
will-
close enough.
I can email.
That'd be
If
sufficient.
it's too
Other
good
than
to
that,
be
I'm
true,
really
don't
happy that
bring
you
it
have
up.
decided
Okay.
on a social studies
Yeah.
curriculum.
I
Fantastic.
know, it's been a long time
But-
coming. It's a long time
Um,
coming.
You know,
John does love it, is what he's trying to say.
Yeah,
He
okay.
does love it. So I have nothing other to say than that John loves it.
Thank you.
Dr. Frank.
Thank you for being so thorough with how the faculty went through and picked the new program. Just really appreciate that. Thank you.
Trustee Carolyn.
Yeah, where did we land on the more information with the contract? She is gonna send it? Okay, that would be
Yeah,
great.
I'll send the proposal. Guys, the proposal, we didn't add it. I should have added it on here.
Okay, and then I just have a quick question about how were our education partners brought in on the decision of this? Do we have any parent engagement
No.
wise? It was just
it was
educators?
just teachers,
Okay,
teachers.
okay, thank you. That's it.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I appreciate the piloting and the theory of action, the list of the items that they're going to go after. Very impressive and nice to start so little. So it's just, you know, kind of inherent within the process. I
Yeah.
really like that.
Absolutely.
And love that everybody's bought in and everybody's happy. So Congratulations. That's wonderful news.
Yes, and our teachers who were piloting have been very open with parents who wanted to ask about, like, well, tell me about this pilot, or tell me about, to each of the publishers. So it's not like, but there wasn't a formal committee where the parents were sitting there, The teachers are evaluating the programs based on a rubric that was all aligned to the state framework. So it was very, very thorough how they went through the process.
Okay, thank you. Public comment now, please. Okay, seeing none, we're not doing anything except, what?
This one's for approval.
Oh my God, I can't get this right tonight.
No, it's okay. What's the last date we can approve? Can we approve next meeting?
You want to wait on this?
I only want to wait because the difference of $100,000 is not true.
But we have a contract for less than what you thought it was going to be. So why are we questioning that? I mean, if it was 100 more, I could see we wait. I don't understand.
I say we bring it back.
You say what?
I agree with John.
I'm perfectly
Okay, well,
happy to
can
put it
we-
into consent with the contract and making sure I feel good about it. I just don't want to be caught off guard. Even then, I'm still going to probably say yes. I'm just going to feel worse about it. Because I mean, you have to do it. We have to move forward. But
Do we get to vote on this right now? Okay, I'd like to vote on it because I'm in favor of saying yes right now.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes,
please?
of course.
If in the event that we do delay, and who knows how it might go tonight, is there any danger or in us not having materials in time, knowing some of the situations that we're facing right now? I mean, supply chain crap all over the place.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say crap.
Actually, the material, we can't really order anything until July 1 anyway.
Okay.
And I mean, the PO is done. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But of course, we can't do it until you have approved it. But yes. But no, I think if we bring it back on the 16th, that's fine. I'll just, or I can also just email you the contract.
Yeah, and then
Two.
for me, I'd be perfectly happy if you email it and then we also can look at it, then put it in consent and nobody will pull it if it, because we've already seen it. So,
Okay, so can I do this? Can I just add this and add the proposal to it
for me.
as a consent? Fine with that?
Yes, sir.
I'm still in favor of moving forward tonight, just because I don't think I'm going to see any surprises, and the number is low. And I think that there's these other things that enter into that number that make the math come out higher than the 34 times whatever it is. So it's like I would still be fine to move it forward tonight.
Okay, let's, Dr. Frank, what are you feeling like tonight?
I'm in favor of moving forward tonight.
Okay, let's do it then. Let's have a vote on it. Yay or nay?
Motion.
Okay, I move that we accept the contract. Do I have to close the hearing, then bring it up for action? Okay, we're closing the hearing, right?
Yep.
I already checked public comment. There was none. Hearing is closed. Hey, we're back. Let's take some action on, and I vote. Do we have to do public comment on this part again? Oh, gosh.
You got to make a motion.
You can have public hearing again if you like, but we've had our public hearing already, so it's up to you.
Okay, I'm just going to move with a motion. I move we adopt the elementary social studies curriculum studies weekly.
Second.
Go ahead, Frank.
Okay, so motion to move forward was made by Christy Dawson, seconded by Dr. Frank Rivera. Roll call vote. Aye.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries 4-1. All right.
Would you still be kind enough to send that?
Oh, I absolutely, I
Jeez.
promise. I'm gonna look it up right now.
Like a dog
Thank
with
you.
a
I don't
bone.
read into it. It's just,
I'm gonna look it up right now.
Okay,
sometimes I do those numbers in my head and they come out and I say, well, that's funky and I'm just wrong. So I
Okay.
concede.
I'm sure you're not wrong. Here we go, though. Action discussion. The district,
Going to do a
oh
5.
my God, 5-minute break.
5 minutes.
With
The hard
time,
5. We're going to do a
5.
hard 5, right?
A hard 5? Absolutely. I'm hitting that gavel and we're starting up again.
Okay.
Reopening. Okay, we're reopening this meeting for June 2nd and moving forward. And it is now time for our ongoing, powerful, passionate delivery of the district update on response of COVID-19 from Dr. Porras, please.
Thank you, Madam President. This will be a short one. There's not much change since we last spoke in regards to the mask mandate, the indoor mask mandate, which is still in place by board order. The numbers, however, are not playing in favor of removing that. Most recently, the update showed an 8.2 positivity 7-day test, which is going up. And the 7-day average case rate per 100,000 is 19.1. Those numbers have been kind of continuing to creep up. I think what's notable that the hospitalizations numbers have gone up pretty consistently over the last week. One thing I will note, knowing someone who works in the emergency rooms at CHOMP, they're seeing a pretty dramatic increase in COVID cases in the ER. The concern, of course, is that there are a lot of self-tests out there, and the question really is how many people are actually reporting whether or not they're testing positive. And that could be a lot more than what we think, and that could be certainly skewing the number versus the reality. So in any event, we are far above the threshold that puts us into moderate. So wanted just to report that, and the board can take that information into advisement. And I think at this stage of the game, we've reminded our staff, especially with summer school here, that we are continuing to wear masks while indoors. And I think at this point, it's an opportunity for the board to discuss whether or not you wish to continue the mask mandate. And if so, how long? And if you want to just keep it in place in summer till the beginning of school year, or if you want to end it now and then have a special meeting prior to the beginning of the school year to see where the numbers are. Totally up to the board in terms of how you'd like to proceed. One of the pieces that I do want to note is that Nurse Pally did send a letter home kind of explaining how to get access to testing and self-test kits, those kinds of things. And so that information is provided. I think it's going to be in the break as well. So no need to repeat that information here. So it's up to the board in terms of where you'd like to take this conversation.
Well, this board likes to chat, and this is a good time right now. So Trustee Brian, what are you thinking?
I'm in favor of just keeping in place what we have right now. I mean, I'm not going to add extra words to that. I'm in favor of keeping it where it is.
Trustee Paff?
Well, you said something which is home tests reduce the number that are reported. And yet for me, if I were to get a home test that came out positive, the very first thing I would do is go get a PCR test. So I question that particular statement. I think actually there's a greater chance that we see cases. That aside, I'm with Brian. We have a criteria. We have no reason not to keep that criteria. It's in place unless we change it. Is that correct? So if we do nothing, we have the same criteria on August 1. Okay, it's fine.
If we
Works.
dropped it, then kids in summer school would not be wearing masks?
Well,
That's my
that is correct
concern.
for at least for the duration of summer school. Yes.
What I would like to ask for, because this is so fluid, and I think a lot of families are very much in favor of what we've done. Actually, we got more letters in favor than against. And there are people who are not happy, and I think we were called spineless child abusers. But what I would like is to please have the opportunity before school to look at it, because the hospitalization, those things, I mean, this is not a good trend. So I think I would be also thinking, keep it in place, but we don't have a board meeting until a couple of weeks after school starts. I would like the opportunity, the option that we have a quick meeting if things change drastically. There you go. And that's why I like this. Sir?
Just to clarify, if the metrics drop below the threshold that was set by the board, then it just automatically triggers. Okay, cool.
The very next day, we would send a letter saying that the mandate is dropped by board order, and it's just one of the two.
Okay.
Or
so-
both.
I'm in favor of just staying where we're at.
Hold
Thank
the
you.
course. Trustee Carolyn.
Thank you. I've got a couple questions. So right now, our thresholds are based on the CDC's guide of definition, I should say, of what is low to and then moderate.
Correct.
I wonder if we should update the wording to say that to remove in case the CDC changes, because they have, what is low, what, John? Oh,
I hit it twice. I actually think we put in direct percentages, didn't we?
Yes,
We actually
did, 5
said
and 10.
5 and 10.
we did, and we base those off of the CDC information, but my concern is that that may change. And so perhaps to have it be a well-written policy, we should want to base it on. And we should take away the verbiage that has specifics and say that it's based on the CDC definition of moderate, which may remain at the 5% but it may change as well. And so I remember being thankful that some of our policies and MOUs that had that specific language where they were basing it off of, so that it can be, that makes sense, right? I'm over explaining.
So you're saying if the CDC decides to be more flexible one way or another.
One way or
we
another.
would go with the CDC recommendation.
Yes, like I think we should be in line with whatever the CDC defines the difference between low and moderate. Right now, we pulled those numbers and we are in line with the CDC, but if they change it, we should also change. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't feel like that's necessary at this time. I feel comfortable with our numbers and we're probably going to meet anyway.
Okay, and then the other thing was, John, I think you had brought it up, and I liked the idea that we would have a certain amount of time where it would engage and disengage, so that we weren't in a situation where, for example, it kicks in on a Tuesday because the information comes out on Monday, and then it kicks off on a Friday, and then, back and forth, so that we have some sort of, I don't know, semblance of regularity.
I think that's right. You don't want to change twice in a week.
Yeah, so what do you
I
think
think
for a time frame?
I think that, Christie, you're almost certain we're going to have to meet on this anyway. Correct?
I wish I knew. I've asked COVID to be honest with me. It hasn't worked so far.
I think these two things, I think if we figure them out now and we base them off of this, the CDC may change, but our wording reflects that, then I'm thinking we won't have to meet again and we can just roll with it.
I think what's changed for me, and this was before the hospitalization numbers, it was that a lot more people had it, but it was more flu-like and not as frightening as some of our other stuff that we've had, the Omicron and this as we've gone forward. I feel like we're going to probably meet again for a quickie. What do you think?
I think Carolyn's right, actually, though. If we put this in, it doesn't, if the CDC makes no changes, it doesn't hurt us. And putting in something which we learned after the fact doesn't hurt us, right? After the fact, you don't want to be in a position, say, wait a minute, I don't want to have to do that twice in a week. That's crazy. So we'll just always give it a week. Either way.
Because we do still have students and staff who are adhering to this, even though the main campuses are closed. We've got summer school, credit recovery, and ESY.
Well, I like the idea of, it's like, once it engages, it stays for a week or 10 days or whatever it is we decide. I like that. It's like, we shouldn't be bouncing back and forth. I don't know if I guess I don't see the harm in, if we're going to change this, we change it and we align with CDC if it changes.
Yeah.
I like the numbers that we set regardless of where the CDC was on it. But again, I'm not opposed to doing that. I would be fine with that, with both of those things.
So we would take the numbers out and say we will follow CDC guidelines.
That we would follow the CDC threshold from when they define from moving from low to moderate.
But when people are reporting and I'm a parent and I'm looking at the numbers, it was very easy for me to say, oh, one's above 5, but the other's below 10. Now I have to, how hard do I have to look to figure out this equation?
Well, we would trust that the district is going to be good communicators with our stakeholders and let them know that.
Okay, I disagree. I hear you that we don't want to look like we're flip-flopping, But if I know that it's dropped, I want this mask off immediately.
Mhm.
I'm just saying, I don't want to wait a week so I don't feel confused. I'm not confused. I've got two boosters, take it off. So I don't agree on that. I'll go the other thing, but I don't want that people who want to wear masks, they should wear it every second, every day, all the time. But I personally am pretty happy without it at this point. And I wouldn't want to be wearing it a week so people feel more comfortable. Flip flop. But I'll go CDC. What do you think, Frank?
I think I'm okay with both decisions. No, both points is what I meant is that
Okay. I agree
I
with
can't make a
everybody.
decision. So yeah, following the CDC
Okay.
is good, because then we're just not going rogue, or, we're following something.
Okay,
And as far as the flip-flopping, I'm in favor of staying a week, because if we are, just on that edge there, we could go up and down. And I think it would be more frustrating for people to say mask on, mask off, instead of, oh, it's so frustrating that I have to, wear this for this much longer.
that's me. Have we not communicated with families that once this happens, we'll be in touch with you the next day if those numbers change and we will not wear that? So I'm going to point that out, that as a family, I've heard that now, and now you guys are saying, no, now it's a week.
It's really not.
It's only,
I mean, remember,
if you multiply.
It only happens when two events occur,
Mhm.
right? That you, on Tuesday, you go to masks, and then on Thursday, you're allowed to take it off. That's the only time it would occur. Otherwise, it's bad week, bad week, bad week, bad week, good week, good week, good week. Yay, we're through this. That's my plan, and I'm
That's what
sticking
I
with
thought
it.
before, and you're sticking with it.
I got an idea.
What do you want to do, Brian? Solve this for us.
Let's not do anything until the CDC changes their guidelines. And if they do, then we'll have a meeting and talk about it.
I love being with you guys, so every chance I can to meet, I want to.
Ditto.
And I'll bring pizza for anybody who comes up to 40 people.
Is that on the recording? All right.
But we have to agree to that.
Agreed.
And then what about the aspect of the on and the off for like teachers in summer school where they're gonna
We
have,
keep that the same too.
keep it all the same?
Yep.
That's your vote. Okay.
So stay the course through the summer.
Do we need a vote to tell Ralph to do
I'm
that?
so confused right now. I don't know what's
So,
going on, but
I
I'm
don't
eating
think we do.
chocolate, so I don't
Ralph,
care.
at the point in time where CDC makes a change, you have to tell us.
I agree with that.
If we vote on something, then I'm locked into that pizza deal too.
You're locked in hard.
Okay,
I
thanks.
we'll keep a close eye on it and let you know as soon as we know.
Good answer, Dr. Porras. Good answer.
So we stay the course until such time as the hand is forced a little bit, and we have two options that we're both aware of.
Yeah.
If that happens, okay.
All right. Sounds good. Next, we move to response to the 2021-22 Monterey County Civil Grand Jury Final Report, Excellence in Action, Monterey County's Educational Response to COVID-19.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. This is again, pretty straightforward item. I trust that you had an opportunity to read through it. I think this is a required response from the board to the county, letting them know that we've read the report and that we're responding to the items that we are required to respond to. And it has to be board approved. What we did was go through and make sure that we were indeed, number one, in agreement with the findings that are listed for you on page 804. Those findings are coming directly from the county report. It's pretty much difficult to say anything but agree.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of lauding, which is, I think, rightful. Saying that the county as a whole did a good job of reacting and responding to with the information that we had in the way that we could. I think that they're all easily agreed to. Again, you could, as a board, decide that you don't agree. I'm putting these in just simply as an administrator saying, I think from our discussions, we agree. On page 805, Paso Robles. The recommendations are R1, R2. We had to respond to those as have we implemented them? Are we going to implement them at any stage in between, or we're not going to? As we did a discussion, the administrative team, we were able to pretty readily determine that we have these items in place. They had been in place, and the narrative is listed for you below. But I think we have done a really great job of trying to increase our counselor response time, the therapists that we put in the high school, looking to increase in the elementary school. All of the actions that we had done really over the course of the last 3 years are responding exactly what they're looking for here. So as an administrative team, we concurred that these are items have already been implemented or in process, and will continue obviously to do so. So we reported that as well. Again, the board needs to find that these are correct through action, so I can put the minutes into this letter. However, if we need to change it, we can change it. That's up to the board.
I don't want to change a darn thing.
I'm good with what I went,
Yeah, we read. Mr. Paff, is there anything that doesn't make sense?
Well, that's a different question, but I'm good with this. Thank you.
Okay, over here, Dr. Frank.
Impressive read. No, further on that.
So nice to see, has been
Haven't got one of
implemented.
those in a while.
Yeah.
Trustee Carolyn, what do you think?
I'll make a motion to approve on staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, motion was made by trustee Carolyn Swanson, seconded by John. Oh, did I forget to do public comment?
Yes, public comment.
Public comment? I already knew psychically that that was the answer. So motion was made by Carolyn Swanson, seconded by John Paff. Roll call vote, please. Aye.
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 Thank you all very much.
Motion carries. I feel a momentum building. We are now looking at Measure A, Technology Bond Citizens Oversight Committee Report.
I do not know Mr. Loca is on tonight, where we did send it to him. Is he in the audience? Louis? This is about last year's audit report on Measure A and Measure D, which is the 2021 audit report. And by law, because anytime we have authorizations of voters approved general obligation bonds, we must have a meeting once a year and it composes of all the public members, meaning committee members. And this is a group, they have agreed to carry on for 2 years. And they're on page 823, the members of the COC, of Citizens Oversight Committee. If not, I'm just thinking any of the COC committee members, there's 7 of them, any one of them can talk about this. No, is it on?
Let's see.
Nobody? No, this is Alex Loca.
I don't see him on there.
Yeah, he said he has it on the calendar when we met and I reminded him. So if not, I can talk a little bit about, I'm staff, but this is a report. It's pretty straightforward. They have issued a report. Yes.
Is Elliot on there?
He couldn't come tonight.
Oh, never mind. Already asked and answered.
Okay. On page 823 and
That's one.
let's see, I think this is self-explanatory, is on the top part of the report. Letter from the chair, and I think I want to go into detail other than to ask any questions.
Trustee Carolyn? Yeah,
No questions.
No questions.
yeah, it's well-written, makes sense. Thank you. Mr. Paff? Trustee Swanson?
No question.
Are there any public comments at this time? Seeing none,
Make a
I'm
motion to approve the Measure A Technology Bond
second,
COC report.
second again. Trustee Paff moved to approve and seconded by Christy Dawson. Roll call vote.
President Dawson.
Aye.
Vice President Rivera.
Aye.
Trustee Paff.
Aye.
Trustee Brian Swanson.
Aye.
Trustee Carolyn Swanson. Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Next, approval of Measure A, the Ed Tech bond with the education technology expenditures. Be found on page 824.
Good evening, Matthew Binder, Director of Ed Tech. We come to you both Director Algazi and myself come to you tonight with this prepared list that has already been endorsed by the District Tech Committee for technology purchases that would go into effect after July 1st, the start of the new fiscal year. As you're familiar with this process, every 6 months, we come to you with a revised and prioritized list of technology purchases, proposals that have been brought to us or that were developed based on district priorities that support technology infrastructure. Classroom updates, as you can see, the items are listed there. And willing to take any questions if you have any on any of the things listed as you see.
Thank you. Trustee Swanson?
I don't have any questions at this time, but thank you.
Trustee Pat?
My question is sort of generic in nature. Are we missing anything in this list? Things that you say, hey, we really should be concentrating on and have to put forth, or?
We're always in a kind of state of trying to anticipate what's coming. It's hard to do. It's a little bit of an art and science. We think we have what we believe is a pretty comprehensive list of the most current pressing needs.
Okay. How'd the Chromebooks last this year?
The Chromebooks are doing well, actually. I think overall, they seem to be holding up. We have a damage or failure rate of, I think, less than 7% based on last calculations, which is actually much lower than the 10% standard acceptable level. I think overall.
We also have a purchase of 600 additional Chromebooks. The hardware paid through E-rate funding.
Yeah, that's separate from Measure A. Sorry. That's just to supplement some of the shortages that we've had at the different classrooms.
Thank you.
Trustee Frank?
No questions.
Trustee Carolyn?
No questions.
Okay, I appreciate the thoroughness and thank you for your report. Public comment, please. Song.
If I may add, in response to Ms. Trustee Path's question, we also work together with a team where things or costs that have been traditionally paid by Measure A, we have shifted that to Fund 40, which is capital outlay. A case in point is the switches. Currently, we have to update all the switches in a couple of school sites. So just to leave the funds, maximum funds for devices to be paid by Measure A, because now we have built up Fund 14, Fund 40. Again, things like switches and things like that have been part of the network, and that can be paid and have been paid by Measure A in the past.
Thank you. Public comment?
30 seconds ago.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve Measure A tech bond.
Okay, thank you. Motion was made by Trustee Paff, seconded by Trustee Brian Swanson. Roll call vote, please. Aye.
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 We're getting close to 10 o'clock hour. Should we do one more and then sort of see where we are? Okay, let's do A through G. Completion Improvement Grant.
Larry Hegquist, Tosa High School. This is the grant that I presented at the last board meeting, May 19th. And it requires that we present at one board meeting and seek approval at a subsequent board meeting. So that's what tonight is about.
It's good to hear. Any questions after our initial presentation?
Nothing further from me.
Not
We
from
went
me.
over it all.
Carolyn?
No.
Okay, public comment on this? Seeing none,
Motion to approve.
Seconded. Motion was made by Dr. Frank Rivera, seconded by trustee Christy Dawson. Roll call vote, please. Aye.
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 Thank you.
All righty. Fastest presentation Larry's had.
I know, I know. You're rejuvenated with that quickness. I'm telling you, we're flying right now. I'm feeling we can do one more here. Let's try this. Contract with McDonald Roofing, Inc. for the Monterey Bay Charter School roof and gutter replacement.
Mr. John Dominguez is on, unless you have any questions.
I miss it. He is here? Does
He's
he want to talk?
Prepared to
virtual.
He's prepared to answer any questions if you
If
have any.
we have questions.
That's
Okay, starting with Brian Swanson,
Mine
please.
are just really brief. I mean, we've seen the roof and the gutters over there, and I'm assuming that this went out to bid, right? All right, that's all I got.
Yeah, my questions to Ralph, actually, you know, I just feel like we don't have a long-term plan for this facility. And while if we're gonna use it at all, we have to spend this money, where are we gonna go with this? And maybe that means that we actually have to, I mean, are we committing to put, you know, pre-K and K in there, or?
Well, the last discussion the board had was that we continue refurbishing and fixing up that building. That's what we've been focusing on. We'll talk about TK and early childhood in a little bit, but the intent is to move that to the adult school.
Yeah.
Not the Monterey Charter School, not David Avenue.
And the building's in bad condition. Sorry.
What's that?
I said the building's really in bad condition. Just
Yeah, I
about safety, we
understand. I
do
mean,
need to.
if we're gonna use it at all, we have to do this. So the
Yeah.
question is, unless we decide whether there's a different long-term plan.
Can't rent the car if you can't drive the car, right?
Oh, no, I've had that. That was Avis.
Dr. Frank?
No questions.
No questions.
Okay. I also have no questions. So I move we accept the contract with, public comment. I move we accept the contract with McDonald Roofing, Inc. for the Monterey Bay Charter School roof and gutter replacement.
Second.
Motion was made by Christy Dawson, seconded by Frank Rivera. Roll call vote, please. Aye.
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 Okay, let's try one more. Pacific Grove Middle School wood shop roof replacement. It feels a lot about roofs going on around here.
Same contractor, so.
So are there any questions about that roof?
I'm not gonna ask the same question I did before, because I
Yeah,
know the
yeah.
answer is yes.
What are you gonna put in there, Sean? Yeah.
Come up to the mic. We want to hear it. I should say, please.
Yeah, it's getting late. We gotta baby them so they don't leave us.
Just drop a piece of chocolate up there.
I ate them.
We're gonna make it a mixed use space. So we're gonna have a computer lab down there. We're gonna have 3D printers. We're gonna have STEM. We're gonna have STEAM. It's gonna
Wow.
be kind of an industrialized area. It's gonna be the crown jewel of the district, in my opinion. But before we do that, we need a roof.
Sean, do you have?
All
do you
things
have
in
the
good
funds
time.
For the printers and the like all set?
I'm sorry.
Do you have the funds for the printers and whatever else you're going?
We'll make that. Yeah, we've got a lot of work to do. Right now, we're kind of identifying things that we want to pitch. It's become a repository for all things unwanted. at this
Pitches
point,
and not ideas as in junk.
as in junk.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Thanks. That's
Okay.
it.
Any other questions?
No questions.
Okay, public questions or opinions. All right, motion?
I'm gonna move for the approval of Pacific Grove Middle School woodshop roof replacement. Let's give this man his roof.
Well said.
Nice second.
So motion was made by Brian Swanson, seconded by John Paff. Roll call vote. Aye.
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 Okay, it's time for us to have a discussion about how much longer. I did have a question tonight, Dr. Porras. I know you had a nice presentation coming on universal pre-K. Should we take a peek at moving any of those information discussions? I don't know how packed that last meeting is in 2 weeks. Is it-
Trying to make it as painless as possible. I'd have to ask our assistant superintendent regarding the governor's revision. I can do that universal pre-K presentation in 10 minutes, if that.
Tonight, you mean?
Tonight, if
Just
just
do it?
depending on questions. It's not an action item. I want to bring it back
Just-
for action possibly,
okay.
but yeah.
So,
Up to you.
so
I can
just
bring it back.
taking,
I can bring it back on the 16th. I was hoping to give a gap between 2 meetings for you to review before I brought it back for an action, a request for action.
let's just rock on. How strong is everybody? Do these poor guys have to hang back here, these folks?
Well, if the board would be willing to move the CTIG update up, we could probably get most of these guys out of here. And gal.
Yeah, so can we just do the next contract and then do that one? Can we jump?
We have 2 action items left.
Okay, so
there's
do
no
those
changes
2.
on the board calendar, so that's no action unless the board would like to change something. And then we got the other.
Okay, so how long do you think? Should we say
long is
45
your-
or an hour?
You only
It's going to be up. Some of this will be up to how many questions there are from the board. So I would imagine we probably could do it.
We
How long
always
is the
have
CTIG?
questions. Have we noticed a pattern? We seem to have a lot of,
6 minutes for CTIG.
wow.
So-
Can I hear 5? 4. Okay, so how much more do we need? You're perfect at this. Huh?
We only get one shot, so just say for 11, and I'm sure we'll be done by then.
What, do I, yeah, let's do it. Do I have I move that we adjourn at 11 PM, if not sooner, God willing.
Okay.
Motion was made by Christy Dawson, seconded by Dr. Frank Rivera. Roll call vote. Yes.
Aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0, and we're going to keep our momentum going. We're now looking at contract for services with satellite painting of Robert Down Elementary School. Are there any questions, board?
Well, what color?
Same color.
Same color, Robert Down.
That's what it said in the packet.
Yeah. I have a question for, I guess, for John.
Okay.
Two things. And is John on? Yeah, he is.
Yes,
Okay.
he is.
I noticed in the quote, it didn't include the brown portables, and I just wonder, I don't know, I've been on that campus many times and they really do stand out. But I guess I just wanted to hear from John if those are something that he thinks we should include. They're not included right now.
Thank you for asking the question. Yes, those portables are not included because they have a pretty recent coat of paint on them. And so in order to keep the budget down and within the parameters of what Matt Kelly had projected, we did not include them based on the fact that they are relatively new.
Okay. So I'm not gonna ask to add those, I guess, even though it's visually, it's so different on the campus, but if we're being cautious with our money, I'm not gonna ask for that. And then my other question, whenever we do painting, is have you included anything for lead paint mitigation in the project?
We have the district has an ongoing contract with M3 Environmental, and they will do any testing for lead-based paint. And we also have prior surveys that are relative to the site when based on other painting projects that have happened there. So yes, it's all inclusive.
Thank you so much. Those are all my questions.
Dr. Frank?
No questions.
No questions here?
Frank, did you really see it's the same color in here? So
Yeah.
I'm missing it. Where is that?
Says-
Should- John, it's going to stay the same color, sir?
It is, yes.
Okay. We trust that though.
I trust that. The problem
You
is
sure?
I don't like the color, so, you know. I find that we
Golly.
paint school buildings a drab tan universally, like it's a law. I don't get that. You know, I like color in my life.
Is the,
it's
everything's
fine.
going to
We'll
get
move it on.
painted? Everything's going to be painted there except those couple of buildings?
That's correct.
Well, you know what? I have to say, I would kind of chime in on this because the truth is, it is drab and dated, and for that kind of 88 Gs, right? Is that what I saw? I mean, it's certainly worth it to take a look at some color. Is that what you're,
John, what does that add if we do that? My experience is painters say, yeah, I get the missed spots if I, you know, use the same color, so they prefer not to change.
oh, give me a break, for 88?
Yeah, that's true. I would think that, you know, depending upon what the tint of the color is, it's potential that we'd have to change, we'd have to do some, you know, pre-coding of some of the buildings. So we certainly can bring it back. Excuse me, I could bring it back, you know, on the 16th, but to change the color is probably going to escalate the cost somewhat.
Okay. The next question is, when were you planning on doing it? I mean,
So
summer is a broad spectrum.
Yeah, right. So we would like to start the project. My plan is to start the project a couple weeks after the board approves the contract.
We'd end up in this committee in a hurry that picks school colors too, which is problematic.
Well, it's an interesting point because we're gonna have more schools being painted and a lot, and they need it. They really need it. And it is a chance to update and upgrade. It almost sounds like the paint job might be more thoroughly done if there was a change in color. So maybe it makes sense that we change it or kind of make this decision now. I hate to delay, but, oh, Mr. Keller, do you have any
I'd like
input?
to hear from the man in red.
Bright red is out, actually. It's a really hard color to paint. so
Do you hear comments about, wouldn't it be nice for a little color around here?
Well, I think there's more comments about just the chipping paint, you know, and that people would like to see it fixed. So thank you for addressing this. I only had the opportunity to speak to one contractor. And to be honest, I don't know if this is the one we've chosen,
Okay.
but at least to that, with that individual, I asked if we could have a hint of red. Because I think just personally, red and the sandstone looks pretty good together, but so.
If I may, there is some budget left as contingency. And I think that if the board were to approve the project, I can certainly meet with Satellite Painting and talk to them about some tinting or some other types of colors that could potentially be as, you know, accent colors. So that way we're not delaying. And also the longer we wait, I think that costs could potentially go up. In addition to that, we also have dry rot that we've got to contend with as well.
I think accent is nice, and I hate to disagree with red and sandstone. I don't know that I'm nuts about that combo, even though it's a school color, I get it, but I don't think schools are usually painted. My school would have been green and white. I think the tinting sounds like you would at least have a bit of an update, and that might be kind of nice and still not delay, and you could go on all the other stuff.
I think accent colors would really bring out the, you know, the rest of the colors. And so I'd be more than happy to meet with Satellite Painting on this. I think they'd be very amenable to that.
We didn't get all the way down to you, Trustee Brian.
I'm not opposed to color,
Open mind, I like it.
you know, but so long as I don't have to decide or have a debate about what the color is. I mean, but yeah, it's like, sure, color in our world, that's a nice thing.
Okay, so do you think that, John, you could move forward and have some ideas, but we can still move forward on this and make sure things are getting taken care of in a timely fashion?
Absolutely. Yes, definitely.
Let's do it. So we could hear maybe about some of these accent colors in 2 weeks.
Yes, definitely.
There might be some pizza here that night. I just so you know, you might want to come in person.
I will say, Christy, about your red comment, just really quickly, I could see red doors at Robert Down looking beautiful. I could see red doors there.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
We could see. Take a peek and give us some ideas. That'll be great.
With that, we can approve.
Definitely taking note. This is great.
Oh, I bet. I bet.
Thank you for being a good sport, John.
That's right. Okay.
When I heard
So,
pizza, I'm all over it.
public comment at this point. Public has gone to bed. Okay, can we, I move that we accept the contract for services with satellite painting of Robert Down Elementary School.
Second.
Motion made by Christy Dawson, seconded by Dr. Frank Rivera. Roll call vote, please. Aye.
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 Next, we move forward, please, to the board calendar, future meetings.
No changes recommended unless the board would like to entertain those now.
No, I don't think we want to entertain anything right about now. All right. So we'll move forward, please, for no action needed. So information discussion, the governor's May revision.
Do you want to move the CTIG item forward?
Yes, I do. Look how, oh, I would have broken his heart. Please. We want you to get your Z's.
Thank you, President Dawson. I
Oh,
really
heck
appreciate
yeah.
that. Okay, I will get this up here. You guys may have viewed the 43 slide presentation that I gave to the board. I've condensed that quite a bit, but I hope you took some time to take a look because each of the CTE members did put that together for me upon request. And it was really tough for me to, limit it at this presentation, but I did so for the sake of time. Just to review here, it was asked of me by the board to come with basically what I considered somewhat of a show and tell of what we're doing with the CTE program. This does not have anything to do with CTIG or Perkins or funding. This is just kind of an update of where we are. Here's our vision again, some student works here from each of our pathways. As a reminder, we have roughly 550 kids. We have 18 CTE classes that students can take. Like, I think quick math, I think we'd have like 29, 30 kids in every one of those classes. So when folks talk about the fact that maybe we do not have a robust CTE program or a robust pathways, particularly for the amount of students we have, we believe we certainly do at this time. That's not to say we don't have to grow, and we're going to continue growing, but 18 classes with 550 kids, if you compare that to many districts and there are schools around, it's pretty darn good. So the first pathway that I'd like to point out is the information and communication technologies and engineering and architecture pathways and software and systems development pathways. It's a mouthful with Mrs. Richmond pathways, which was really growing teeth for the 22-23 school year next year. I want to say we're adding at least 2 classes to that pathway. Engineering and design pathway, if you're familiar with CAD, this is really like a computerized drafting system. There's a ton of jobs in this industry, and we've really filled out these classes. I think we have 27 in one class, 28 in another class. Fantastic pathways, growing very rapidly, partially because Ms. Richmond is just fantastic and very attractive teacher to the students. So she has engineering, she has CNC manufacturing. These were pieces that she put together as far as what was bought with Perkins, CTIG, Measure A, and those types of things, the CNC milling machine, and so on. I did want to give a shout out to Robbie Hyde, Tom Hall, and Mike Schempf, who are regularly in there and are like industry partners with Miss Richmond, but basically on a semi-daily basis. I see them all the time when I go out to the wood shop / a drafting room that we're using for Miss Richmond. Now I'm always seeing them there interacting with the kids. The Breakerbots won first place in the NPS Discovery Day Design Challenge, so props to them. That was a great success this year. Our next pathway is the photo program. It's a 3-year pathway, very robust. Miss Laura decided to showcase 3 different students' work here. There was 12 winners this year in the Weston Portfolio Competition from our school. I want to say there was only 18 students in that particular class, so it's just fantastic. The Scholastic Art and Writing Awards, there was 10 Gold Key Awards, 11 Silver Key Awards, and 23 honorable mentions. And here's just some of the work from some of our students here. There's Gabby Gona, if you guys, yeah, very cute picture of her. And our 3rd student that was Miss Laura wanted to honor here. Highlights from Mr. Kelly's art studio class. Again, this is a 3-course pathway with an introductory, concentrator, and capstone as well. Goes on to talk about many of the awards that his art program has placed over the last, I want to say the last 3 years combined here. He highlighted 2 or 3 students here. Eda Morello, her portfolio, which she has 10 or 11, I want to say, exhibitions at the PG Art exhibit currently right now. And her theme was what makes a woman. And so that's fantastic art that she's created under Mr. Kelly's tutelage. And Janica Soro also, she had a couple of family members pass away this year in her family, and she dedicated her art. And she has, let's see, 10 exhibits currently at the PG Art exhibit. And our newest PG mural, designed by Robert Engelhorn, was done actually over the last summer. And if you guys are come to the student union, you may have seen that, where the kids kind of line up to get their food in the cafeteria line and that type of thing. It's fantastic, kind of beautifying the school and doing so. So Robert is really one of our fantastic artists, and he just graduated this year actually. And then Mr. Kelly also put together a ceramic mural at Pride Place, right on the side of Pride Place there. If you guys get a chance, it's fantastic. It's actually quite large. This picture doesn't do it justice, but each student had a small piece and it came together as a mosaic. It's fantastic. And finally, PGHS culinary pathway under Chef Erickson. A lot of awards here. I won't mention them all, but I will say this: if you haven't heard already, they actually won the grand prize at the MPC competition 2 weeks ago. So it was fantastic. Wow. And we had a lot of other of our students place. So, but we won the big one, which was pretty cool. Real world experience she provides, taking her students to the National Restaurant Association, catering events at the Pacific Grove Art Center, for example. She takes her students on many field trips at the Sardine Factory at Portello Hotel. She's taken them to Disneyland before, kind of giving them real world experience. And here's some of the pictures of pastries and things that the students designed this year. It is quite beautiful. 1 and 2. Hungry now. And thank you.
Thank you. That was excellent.
Got it.
Oh, I just got excited,
any
like we weren't in a
questions?
board meeting. Please.
So Sean Keller put out and said, look, the one thing that we don't seem to have is a certification at the end of these. What would it take to provide that? And by the way, the murals are lovely. It's interesting to go through, especially, you see the Swan boat, then you see the museum, then you see Robert. It's great. It's fantastic. I love it. But that's aside. Those are 2 really nice things. What's it going to take to move that to the next step if we actually want these certifications that you have indicated are so very useful?
So right now, it's basically articulating with MPC, and so since Miss Richmond's pathway is so new, the certifications that I'm familiar with generally have to do with software and drafting and that pathway in that way. We had certifications when we had an MPC instructor, Professor Olson, who was teaching at our school. I want to say it was back in 1819, and just by virtue of him just conflict of scheduling, he had to go back. But the primary piece there is articulating with MPC. So we can certainly work on that, Trustee Pack.
Trustee Brand.
No questions, just I think it's great. It's really broad and the artwork is great. I am also hungry. But that there's so many different technical things and the CAD stuff is really impressive too. I love where it is already, and I have no doubt you'll be able to grow it into something even more awesome. Thank you.
We're excited about that. Thank you.
It feels so often exposure for our kids, you know, outside of that just traditional classroom to have the opportunity to dabble in these different areas to sort of see what feeds them for their future. Fabulous. And the picture is stunning. So thank you for sharing, especially at the end of a long, really easy night. It's nice to remember while we're here. Thank you. I like that last slide. Thank you. Dr. Frank.
Great work. Thank you so much for what you're doing over there. I didn't get a copy of the slides. I'm just wondering if I can get a copy of those.
Absolutely. I'll share it with the board.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Perfect. Trustee Carolyn.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So I didn't, did you, let me just move this. Did you see there was a 43-page document that you were going to send out, or that?
It was 43 slides.
Oh, okay.
I cut it down to about 18, but I was under the impression that you guys were given the slides as part of the board packet. So I will share that with you.
Yeah, if you could
Okay.
just attach, we could see that, huh? Wouldn't
Okay,
you?
yeah, that'd be great. That's the same thing you were talking about, Frank? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much. I got confused. My other question is, I appreciate the current programs very much. I do look forward to kind of expanding them perhaps over the years, and you've said that before, so I think we're on the same page with that. One question I have is bringing CTE to middle school. And maybe that's kind of what Mr. Roach was talking about, converting that to makerspace. Maybe that's kind of like a baby step towards that. But do they do CTE in middle school? Is that a crazy idea, or is that, what can we do with that? Just
Not at
kind
all.
of,
We had our first meeting, I want to say back in February, and Jason and Sean and I sat down. And it's, you know, it's laying the groundwork, you know.
Okay.
Is this going to happen next year? No. I think it would be, you know, we'd be in really good shape if we could do it the 23-24 school year, but we're laying the groundwork. The idea is if we could get at least 1 or 2 introductory courses at the 8th grade level, such as a culinary, then we can get those 9th graders and 10th graders into culinary 2, culinary 3, get more completers. That would be the goal. It's even difficult at this point to get you know, a fair amount of 9th graders in, just by virtue of we're giving more opportunity currently right now to sophomores and juniors and that type of thing. However, if we want to get completers, we need to start them by sophomore year. It's necessary, right? So if we were to expand into the middle school, that would be ideal. So I'm with you there.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so goal wise, after we leave this meeting, you know, I'm always kind of looking at like a timeline, or what should we expect? What should we be asking for as a board to kind of like make this a priority?
If you're asking me right now, I would think it would be realistic to have this begin the process of actually implementing the classes at the middle school, not next school year, but possibly the following.
Okay.
I hear there's some room out in the wood shop for expansion. Darn toots. Okay, and completers, I mean, that's nice if, you know, no matter what, these kids are getting exposed, but it's nice if you can hasten their career if it's what they want to do. Thank you so much for sharing. Public comments? Okay.
Hi, good evening. Appreciate the presentation and hearing about the robust CTE programs. Congratulations on the culinary award and all the work you all are doing. I really appreciate it. My kids are at Forest Grove and the middle school and coming up towards high school, and wanted to make the board aware of some pending legislation that is gaining momentum. Assembly Bill 2058, which is proposing to move the Strong Workforce Program funds into CTEG. And I'm actually part of Strong Workforce Funds in Monterey County. So it's not exactly great for me, but there's a lot of money in CTE right now. And this legislation proposes to add $150 million statewide to CTEG. So there's likely a bump coming. We'll see. You may be talking about this when you talk about the May revise. And so I appreciate I want to thank you all for the consideration of middle school CTE. And I would hope to see some expansion to the robust programs you have, and consider stuff that may be out of the box that you've thought about before. Industrial arts, mechatronics, and as Shane has probably heard before, we're training kids for jobs that don't exist. So I think there's more money coming for CTE, and I appreciate you all planning for that and expanding CTE. And thanks for all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. That's anytime we hear there's money possibly, that's wonderful news. Any other public comment? Thank you. Class dismissed. All right, now we'll pop back up to Governor's May revision, 2022-2023 state budget. Nighty night.
Earlier, the budget presentation, I mentioned a couple of things about the May revise. It just real quickly on page 873 of the board packet. This was the preliminary assessment of the May revision. Is just one thing that will impact us is the one-time discretionary dollars. The May revision proposes $8 billion in one-time proposition $98. And the latest from the LLO, Legislative Analyst Office, states that it's going to be about $1,500 per ADA. So that's a lot of money one time. So there's the only thing that I can add that I have in terms of additional information since the publication of May revise, and I'm just open up for questions.
Questions, Trustee Swanson? Trustee Paff?
1,500 per ADA. What's our actual ADA? Actually, it was in the big budget book earlier.
It's about, we dropped a lot of ADA this year. If it's based on, well, the governor has proposed a rolling average of 3 years because declining enrollment of almost every school district other than Central Valley school districts. So we don't know at this point. It could be, currently the law says a higher of current year or prior year. Or now the governor introduced another one, which is average of the 3 years. So our P2 this year is about 1,500.
So we're looking at $2.25 million.
That's correct.
That's still one time.
Yes.
But is it restricted in any manner?
Well, it says it's for learning, support mental health. It said for address student learning challenges, protecting staff levels, and supporting mental health and wellness of students and staff. But then, it evolves because the negotiations are happening between the governor and legislature. What we heard, the lobbying from other groups like EXA, CSBA and CASBO and so on, that they want the governor to loosen the restriction, the discretion of the LEA. So in lieu of that, the governor would say, if that's the case, he wants to use it to pay down the mandated cost claims. Those unfunded claims the district, every LEA has for years, is still in the docket. So governor said, if I give you this money, I'll use it to pay down that debt. So this is still going on. That's what we're hearing at this point. It could be a lot more, it is more flexible. Would be the discretionary funds and discretion at the discretion of the school board. That's been added since, again, the publication.
Thank you.
Okay, I have no questions about this at this time. Frank?
No questions.
Trustee Carolyn?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. We'll keep our fingers crossed for the big bucks. All right, Dr. Porras, universal pre-kindergarten, the initial plan, sir.
Okay, I just need to get my screen sharing limitation taken off so I can share my screen.
And you gave this to us also.
This,
Right
not
here.
yet, no. You'll be seeing this for the first time.
No, but this right here, is this matching?
That's, yes, I'm sorry, yes, you got
Yes,
that.
okay.
Correct. So, in taking a risk that I'm going to open up a can of worms in terms of discussion, but I don't think so because we've talked about this before.
Yes.
This is just coming at you in a little bit of a different fashion. The state is requiring that we, all administrations in each school district share with the board at least a plan or a plan to plan in regards to unrolling universal pre-kindergarten in the district across the span of several years. So we are very early in the game. What we're presenting you here is a proposed plan of action across several years, which can at any time be brought back and changed and adjusted. But the initial part is we want to make sure the board is clear and understands this is a direction that we want to head to make sure that we satisfy the mandates from the state. As you may or may not recall, UPK, the whole point of it was brought forward by the governor. Actually, it started planned many years ago with the universal preschool. It's the idea of bringing not just necessarily transitional kindergarten, which you may have heard of referred to as universal transitional kindergarten, UTK. It's not just TK programs. It's actually trying to create sort of a universe of services around our youngest students, so that there are support services, community-based services, health services. TK is a part of that. How can we begin the work to help create support systems for all of our students and ensure, as it says on the screen, that every student, regardless of race, background, zip code, immigration status, et cetera, receive the services that they need to help them get to kindergarten successfully. So it's the state's attempt to try to resolve the universal preschool conundrum. This slide just is a simple, a kind of a flashback of the history of transitional kindergarten. None of this is new. This is just going all the way back to Semidian when he started his Senate bill to create the idea that we want to create a TK program that addresses the needs of students prior to the kindergarten, they're eligible for the kindergarten experience. This was also kind of in line at a time when there were some changes in enrollment eligibility, and this was a way to make up some of those gaps. I don't need to read every slide, but there's a history there for you if you want to recall how TK came about. Needless to say, we've had TK in this district now several years, and it is expanding. The current count appears to be 27 students as of today. So the slide you're going to see in a minute is a little outdated, but it's obviously working for us and working well. And it also serves as a reminder that our transitional kindergarten program is housed at the Forest Grove facility, but it is a district program. So it's an important piece to know. When students graduate from TK, they matriculate out to either Robert Down or Forest Grove, depending on where they currently live in the zip code. And I'll address that in a moment. Again, this is not a new slide for you, but it does start to project forward into 2025, 26 in regards to universal transitional kindergarten. And you'll notice the date changes are starting to now attract students who are younger and younger. So with the goal of eventually having fourth graders, all fourth graders be able to, 4-year-olds, excuse me, be able to attend a TK program or UPK program, and all the way to 25, 26. And they're giving you lots of time to make that happen. Again, this is not a new slide. We've shared this one before. Staffing right now, and as far as UPK and UTK programs, are allowing essentially it's 12 to 1. It's 24 to 1 teacher, but you can do 12 to 1 with a non-certificated adult in the classroom. What they intended to do was to try to allow you to be able to have a greater number of students, up to 24, with 2 adults in the classroom versus having to hire 2 certificated teachers. And it was an attempt to try to provide schools the option of finding some solutions that are cost effective to address, to get to this need, knowing that there are qualified adults out there that are not certificated that could help support the classroom. This slide shows you a little bit of some of those options. In the little bubbles below, you can see that they're looking for people who are paraprofessionals, instructional assistants, other potential classified positions that might be able to serve this need. And in some cases, some schools are creating new job descriptions specifically for assistants who could help in the TK program. So really what they're saying is there's a myriad positions that can help support the classroom teacher to create a better ratio of students to teachers in the room. This is just another way of looking at the timeline. Again, it just gives you a little visual in regards to where you need to get to from 21, 22, all the way out to 25, 26. And you can kind of see how that, again, they're aiming to get as many of the young students as they can in. The drop dead date really is 25, 26, where you now have those students who turn 4 by September 1st enrolled. So what does this mean for PGUSD? The administrative team got together. We talked this through several times, taking a look at what we currently have in place and what would be a logical progression for our district based on the students that we have and our facilities. This is the implementation plan that we're looking at currently for the 22-23 year. At this point, continue the TK program that we currently have at Forest Grove Elementary. It says that enrollment's expected to exceed 24. We have already currently exceeded that. So this slide is already just 2 days old, and here we are. We are looking at planning for a split program, AM, PM. By hours, it's still, each of those programs would be considered full programs. So that's helpful. Again, the ratio is sitting there for you. We are in the process now of deciding what's curriculum going to look like. You heard a little bit from Director Silva earlier in regards to now trying to incorporate different adoptions to take into consideration TK. More of that's going to happen as we receive legislation and requirements, as well as just teachers saying, we need some curriculum to support this new program for younger kids. What's it look like? And we're in the process of taking a look at that. But again, we have buffer, we have time, because next year we're essentially doing what we're doing currently. So that's an important aspect to the plan. If you take a look at, I tried to divide this up a little bit so it made sense. On one side, you see enrollment projections on the left-hand side of the screen, essentially taking a look at what we think the enrollment's going to be. This could go completely sideways and more numbers than we expect could come, but based on what we see in terms of trends, this is what we think we may see. You can see the numbers there leading up all the way to 25, 26. On the other side are projected staffing needs. So what does this mean for us as we expand this program? And obviously, as you get bigger and bigger, you're going to need more and more staff. So I tried to break down what the full day looks like versus the split day and how that plays out in regards to staffing. So you can just, I think at this point, extrapolate what the costs would look like as we proceed. And every certificated teacher is about 110, is that right? A little bit more, yeah.
Yeah.
So it can get costly. So what we're trying to do is maximize what we have, and that's where the AMPM comes into play, I think. And we found that that's been successful so far for our school. You may ask yourself then, so what do we take a look? How's this going to look as we start to consolidate in future years? Earlier today, this evening, I mentioned in response to Trustee Paff that we would like to at some point consider an early childhood education center where we can start to consolidate a lot of our preschool programs, early programs, and UPK could be a part of that. If we were to consider a consolidation that way, just taking a look at the workload and the planning load, facilities, we'd have to build more facility there. There are facility grants that we will look to apply for next year that are specific to UPK, but we have to put that out there. Director Dominguez has done this before, so he's going to be helpful. That's going to take time. What we're thinking as admin team, 2024-25 is a good time to consider this kind of consolidation. It's enough time to plan, enough time to look at facilities if we make this decision and move towards that goal. What does that mean in terms of benefits and challenges? Those are listed there for you. I think obviously the benefits, number one, are having all of the program in one place. In this case, we would consider the current lighthouse site. We would be able to really improve the facilities that are there and make a really state-of-the-art, nice facility for all the students of a similar age. We would be able to have a little more predictability for enrollment. We think that it would be a smooth transition from preschool to TK to UPK if they're all in one place. We already have 2 administrators at the site right now that would help oversee. And if it needs to be more over time, it may be more cost effective than trying to overload a program at an elementary school on top of all the elementary programs that are there. Other support services exist currently at our Lighthouse site. You heard earlier, trying to incorporate some of the adult ed teachers to help serve different needs in the K-12 program. This could also work that way. And we have a lot of programs in place that are accelerating. And Principal Martinez is very good at finding resources and finding support. Some of the challenges that we identified, TK would no longer be attached to the kinder programs. So we know that it's one of the best things you can do for younger kids are to expose them to where they're going to next and be able to bring mentors and peers together to help facilitate learning. That may not be the case for the TKs, but it would work the opposite way with preschoolers and UPKs. We may lose out on some of the specialty programs, music, PE, computer lab, library, that our TKers currently experience. Doesn't mean we couldn't put that together for the adult school site, but simply something that we thought about that might be of concern. And one of the challenges, which is also a benefit, we'd have to have a focus on facility improvement at the Lighthouse site in order to make this work. Other options to consider for consolidation. Again, looking at this the span from 2023 to 26, we proposed a couple consolidation options. Certainly there are others, but these seem to have fit for our current needs. Option A, we have the multiple UTK, UPK over time programs housed individually at each of the elementary schools as facilities permit. So Forest Grove and Robert Down programs would continue independent as UPK through 5th grade schools. So again, right now, transitional kinder is just at Forest Grove. In time, each site would have their own TK and UPK programs and operate those independently. That makes sense because as the enrollment grows, we're going to have to expand anyway. So that's one option, basically what we have at Forest Grove, but expand it out. Consolidation option B, multiple, what I just talked about earlier, move the UTK, UPK programs over to the early childhood center that we would build at Lighthouse. And our current elementary programs would then continue as 1st through 5th grades. In other words, remove the TK and kinders, potentially kinders out. And I left that way because the consideration is, do we want to think about moving kindergartners to the early childhood center to help for that transition? That's a possibility. Otherwise, they could still remain at the elementary. And the last one, option C, multiple UTK, UPK programs housed at the current elementary sites, and elementary sites operate separately as a UPK through 2nd grade at one site and 3rd through 5th grade at another site. So the district has talked in the past about reconfiguration. This is reconfiguring with the UPK model in place. That would have to be fleshed out a little bit more for staffing. Wouldn't necessarily change because we're going to have to staff those programs anyway. Could be a cost savings. We have to look a little deeper. These are not options that we didn't get to do in too deep because we wanted to bring to the board for consideration and thought. But those are all viable options that we can consider, assuming that the enrollment projections stay fairly close to what we presented a couple slides ago. If it skyrockets like it could with families who realize, hey, this is daycare for us, as well as an education opportunity. And preschool parents might say, or private school parents might say, wow, I don't need to pay for this service anymore. Here it is. So it's a possibility that we could see booming numbers. Right now, we're not so sure. We think it's going to trend the way it looks, but the 8 ball is not always right. So that's what we've talked about thus far in regards to UPK. Again, the first thing to consider is we have time for us to move down this path. what we're hoping to do is have this general plan approved by the board, so we can now start to dig in deeper and take a look at what are the options are and then proceed. Obviously, it's easier if we think about what option we want to consider, but right now, what we'll need from the board is some direction and like you to go. But this presentation at least provides you with enough information to understand what UPK looks like, how it might be, might affect students in our district, and some directions that we might be able to go. So I'm happy to entertain any questions, and the remaining administrators are here, all involved with this potential program. So there you go. No action tonight. This is just discussion.
Oh, thank you.
Great,
This is-
thank
You
you.
could dropped a
Hey,
little bomb on us here.
Yeah,
there,
this is the beginnings of the discussion.
Yeah.
downstream budget, you said it's, right now it's 110 escalated, whatever that number works out to be, times 3, 4, 5, and 6, depending upon where you are. Is there any state funding provided to meet this mandate? Nothing coming out?
Other than facilities grants, no.
So
The-
somewhere we have to come up with.
Yep. The difficulty is that LCFF districts will receive some funding as their enrollment increases. We don't receive funding as our enrollment increases. We'll see some, there's potential of some one-time startup grants and monies, but at this point, unless Song sees something different, there's nothing that we can readily identify that will cover the cost for that staff increase.
Song, what's the PERS reduction is supposed to start in 2023? There's a gradual slowdown, not just slow down, but actually they're supposed to back some of that out. Do you recollect?
Not the PERS, the STIRS is flat now for 19.10 stay flat until 2026, and then they'll decide whether could go down a little bit or where we are. But PERS depends on CalPERS investment. And at this point is actually going up slightly, 26% in a year or two. Right now it's 25.37.
So there's no potential already written in the budget savings
No.
to cover any of this.
No.
So we're trying to figure out how to come up with 3 people, except we already have 2. You already have people there.
Right now, next year, we're covered for next year. It's as we start out looking out years, that's where the challenges start, and we got to entertain how that's going to look. Again, if we see a big change in enrollment for TK next year, that's probably going to be a bellwether of what the future may bode for us.
So let's pretend for a second we decide that we want to go with a center.
Mhm.
This actually pulls out and leaves you free classrooms at the elementary in a reducing in a reduced enrollment period. So we actually have just empty space.
Yeah, maybe. Depends.
Okay. Well, judging, I come back to a couple things. One of them is if you look at the map data on page 192 and 253 of this 880-page monster, it's a couple-year-old data, but between Robert Down and Forest Grove, there's 10 to 12 to 15-point differences consistently, and we're still talking about equity. For me, this gets to driving that, and we're not going to do it by saying, oh, we put all the aides at Forest Grove. That makes no sense.
Right.
So if that's remains the goal, we should start that process.
It would be nice to kind of figure a way with this change very gradually over time, the reconfiguration could be kind of melted in. One thing I didn't see up there, and you're looking at it, with more information than I have. Could the universal PK be at Lighthouse and then still do reconfiguration at the 2 sites? So that wasn't listed up there,
Yeah,
but
I
that
mean,
would be maybe option D.
Yeah, I didn't want to go into too many options that didn't include, directly impacting where the UPK services are. Yeah, of course you could. I think the what UPK creates is a larger population that we need to serve on the same, essentially same footprint that we have, property footprint. And so it's conceivable that we could get enough students where we just can't house all of them at either one of the 2 sites, because other than to bring in portable classrooms and take over playground space. I don't know that would happen,
Right.
but it's a possibility. And so the idea of an early childhood center is mostly just to say, if we know that it's going to take up space like this, take up space is the wrong way to put it. If
Yeah,
it's going to require
Growth.
space, then we need to consider alternative locations, because where are we going to put more portables, or where are we going to put more classrooms
Right.
that require this low number of students, right? So certainly reconfiguration is in the play no matter what, but this actually sets up a situation where we're looking at reconfiguration beyond just, where we had been looking at it previously.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Rogaman offered to
Well,
provide a quick
He's
perspective
at the
on
mic.
estimates, so.
If I may,
Please.
just like to talk a little bit about the numbers projection. Right now, the numbers that we had this year was about 18, 19 students, which came out to about 6 students per month of students that we're serving. So when we're looking at like what numbers we expected to have the following year, you add 2 more months, you add 6 students per month, that's another 12 students. So our thought was that we would come in at around 30 students for this year. That's the reason why we started planning for the AM/PM model
right
now, thinking that, that we kind of hold to that 6 student per month average. And right now we're sitting at 27. So that looks pretty close. The interesting thing about that number is that when you play that out over 12 months, then that number comes out to about 72, right? If you look at any grade level at Robert Down or Forest Grove now, they usually come in somewhere between like 60 and 75 students. So I would think that at the outer edges, if every single four-year-old student came to the universal TK program in 2025-26, then the biggest potential that we would have would probably be for like a grade level of about 140, which is what a big grade level is as they matriculate through our system. Now, if you look at the middle school numbers, I think the largest number projected for next year is 144. So that kind of gives you the outer range, okay? And I think that there's a combination of parents that send their kids to transitional kindergarten, and there must be another combination of parents that don't, that still have children that are eligible for transitional kindergarten. I don't think that every student that's eligible for transitional kindergarten now is coming to our school. I think parents are choosing to keep some of those 4-year-old students out of school and then send them next year when they're a little bit of an older 5. So that gives you some perspective on numbers. That's the reason why we think that we can house the program at a single site next year. We might need to go, a Robert Down and a Forest Grove the following year, just as those numbers start to reach closer to 40. It might be a good time for us to house one at one school and house one at the other, and then look at making the big move the following year. That would give us time to write grants, just like Dr. Porras was talking about, for the construction and the improvements at Lighthouse. And then look at what possible configuration seem that they're going to serve PG the best in the coming years. And Trustee Paff, the finding that you brought up about the data with the MAP scores is not lost on us.
Yes.
Especially as we're going through our equity training and trying to think of what are the specific actions. We talk about how equity isn't equity without actions. Well, that's a specific action that the district can think about, not for next year, not the year after, but long term. It might be a great way for us to provide an equitable experience for all the children in our district. And this is coming from the very proud principal of Forest Grove. So
very proud.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that needs to be looked at in tandem. I mean, I think this is something, we went with swimming lessons, for goodness sakes, that it's just different across the board. So how nice it would be to look what will benefit the most students all the time. And equity is the key word, and you brought it up very nicely. I think the numbers remain to be seen.
Right.
I also think it's like a commercial, so to speak, when people see the action and know my kid is going to not only have educational opportunities as well as being cared for, I think a lot of people will jump on.
I think there's a couple other things to really think about too, that, and it kind of was talked about in one of the slides, but it's really a critical decision to make when we decide whether the transitional kindergarten is going to be attached to the kindergarten and first grade and second grade group.
Right.
Or if that transitional kindergarten is going to get more placed with the preschool group. I think that one of the things that is really true with our younger students is that they really rise up to the role models of the older students that they're around. I think that one of the things that's also true is some of the best qualities of our older students come out while they're helping out the younger students that are around as well too. And so when the transitional kindergarten gets pulled away from a site, that there is going to be a loss in terms of getting a true kind of kindergarten experience that we currently have now. If the kindergarten program goes with the transitional kindergarten, then it won't be so bad. But then those same effects then are going to extend onto the kindergarten students as well, right? That they aren't going to have the access to the same music, library, all those special elements to the education that the rest of the students are going to have. They're going to still have music time and library time, but it may not be taught by the same people that are teaching it at our school. So yeah, just some things to think about.
I mean, there's so many things to consider aren't
There's a
there,
lot.
as we move forward.
And again, the whole purpose of this bringing to you is to just drop the seed in your heads
Yeah.
to start thinking. We've got a path that's before us and we need to consider what that's going to look like. There is no action thus far that's required of the board. I wanted to present it now in the event the board wanted us to bring it back for some kind of action the next time. It's not required, but it is required that we present this to you so you understand where we want to first head. And the first step is, of course, getting the TK program established.
Carolyn, do you have something?
Yeah, I'd like to just kind of brainstorm a little bit on what this looks like for our kids who qualify for special ed. So one of the things I'm thinking of is we have a special ed preschool up on David Avenue right now. We have a state preschool up there as well. Both the state preschool, is based on income and is standardly socioeconomically disadvantaged students. So two target populations kind of out in the boonies, in my opinion, at a site that, as we've discussed, is not, it's ugly. I'll be honest. The playground's falling apart. There only one of them works. It's mostly dirt. I realize we're working on it, but it's taken a lot of time. So one of my biggest concerns is that group and the idea of them hopefully not losing out on being moved to a campus that is more of an established infrastructure. That makes me excited. And to me, it doesn't matter if it's going to be at the adult school or if it's going to be at Forest Grove or Robert Down, but we need those kids, just like Mr. Rogaman was saying. They rise up to who they see. They're the special ed preschool. And, I'd love for Claire to pitch in too, because the last time I was at special ed preschool, things may have changed, but those kids are not really around their typical peers, which studies show is where they should be. So however this works out, I want to make sure that we're thinking about those kids.
Of course, that's goes without saying for sure.
And is Claire on? I know it's 10:57, but
Yeah, she
I don't
may-
know. She's got
She may
summer
have
school
slipped into
tomorrow,
a
so-
coma at this
you
point.
may have something to say, but like you said, we're not making decisions tonight, but that's always going to be what I'm talking about when I'm talking about these kids is I'm bringing that special ed arm in right now.
They're all
because
our students. So
that's
we
what I
will-
want.
We will consider that for sure.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Dr. Frank, anything right now?
Not right now.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
We do have a public comment hand up.
Okay, hang on. We haven't gotten to Brian.
No, I'm just gonna think about, there's a lot here. We're running
It's a
out of
lot.
time.
It's
and,
a lot.
It's a lot, but I appreciate the.
Okay, we have
planted
a
seed.
quickie public comment because we're about to the end of the night here.
Erica Chavez. I just want to, hi guys. Happy summer to me. I just wanted to say that regardless of what phase we go through, and there may be option D, E, F, G, as we phase these transitions in, the least amount of transition for each individual child would be ideal, because we know that studies show that at every transition year, we have a regression. And so that if we're have a target to have UPK set up in 25-26, can we look at this reconfiguration being a phase-in model, so that we say, hey, people registering for kinder in this year or TK in this year at this site, this is your plan going on, but that we're not going to have a kid start at TK at its site, go to Forest Grove, then go to Robert Down, then end up being transitioned back by third grade to somewhere else, so that these kids have a plan, the families know the pathway. I'm going to be the last graduating 5th grade class at X school. I'm going to be, does that make sense, kind of what I'm saying here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Okay, that kind of covers it for tonight. We're about done, I think, right?
Items.
Okay. Which are?
Resolution was brought up earlier regarding school violence, and that's all I have.
You had a request to come back with dyslexia as well. I think just come back with it would solve the, you have a thought, well, I might be talking to Buck here, but however you transition, to come back with what you were thinking in terms of how do we test universally and at what age. I'd like board to put 2 things on, actually. One is to really have Anastasia come in, and I'm happy to work with you to do that, to talk about whether or not there's a site that we can provide for housing in Pacific Grove, which the city is looking at. And I think we need to have a board discussion on that. And the other is there was a request sent forth to look at a skate park using some part of our land, and whether or not we are willing to give up loan, put a dollar out, lease for 99 years to create such a thing. So I'd like,
Where did that come?
that came from a letter 4 meetings ago.
4 meetings?
Well, a while ago. I don't know when the letter was.
Oh, I just don't remember.
Yeah, I haven't heard about that.
Had you heard of it?
I mean, I know just this, I mean, I know there's a movement to have a skate park, but I hadn't heard there was a request to the
So
district.
the first section of that would be, can we donate the land that apparently do we lease that land when people put construction tools on it?
Over at Forest Grove? Yeah, I believe so. Well, I think it's part of the, I think it's part of the mutual use agreement.
Okay. So are we willing to open that up for discussion to say, hey, is this land available, or are we even interested at all?
I thought we were looking at housing or different other things
That's a
such as
different,
that.
well, that's a different section of land.
Where is the skate park being alluded to?
It is being alluded to in the opposite Cal-Am entrance on Congress. Is it Congress there? Yeah, it's Congress. Forest Lodge. Thanks. That section of there, it is about 25,000 square feet, just ballpark walking it out one day. You probably need 12,000 square feet for a reasonable thing. There are some people who complain, but if Cal-Am complains, I really don't care. So it's a perfect spot for me.
It's the gravel pit near the high school parking lot entrance.
Except sometimes it's a dirt pit and sometimes there's wood and sometimes,
Okay.
So we have employee housing as a topic.
Low income housing is a topic, and Anastasia to present.
So low income, not employee.
Yes.
Low income, not employee?
Well, it can be employee.
Don't get mad at me now.
I'm not. I'm just
Sure
saying
is.
that trying to define it under employee only is the question.
So low income housing,
But
and
I'm
then
basically saying bring Anastasia in and let her toss out her thoughts so that we either do something with it or never talk about it again.
And never.
and then how do you want to title?
Or never talk about it again, not and.
How do you want to title skate park?
Skate park discussion works for me.
So someone writes a letter, so we're now donating a bunch of land.
It's a piece of land that someone has asked about. Are we willing to talk about it or not? If you say no, say no. It's okay.
I say no.
Okay. Well, turns out that under our current rules.
Yeah, well. Okay. I'd like to talk about this next
Okay.
time. Can we do that?
Sure.
Okay. I don't remember.
So
the
we're not
line.
adding this yet.
Don't add that one yet.
Not yet.
In low income housing, we're adding.
Yes.
And
that'll be a-
resolution
I'll
regarding
work
school
with you to
violence.
get
Did
Okay.
we, yeah, we'd like, were you gonna give that to us, please?
And I have that on the future agenda as well.
Didn't we send a letter home a couple years ago talking about storage?
Okay.
Okay, I hate to be hasty. We're done.
Thank you.
Wow.
Why not? We're looking for social emotional learning. Why not put a? It's not in your neighborhood. You can even be. near it.
Well, this is the biggie with the hour-long LCFF and the Lcap.